explain this? It doesn't feel like I'm supposed to be up here.
Well, it's time for the Friday night free for all. Come say, do whatever the hell you want. We don't care. It is
open season.
Yep, it is that open season.
Yep.
We just gotta make sure we don't talk too much cousins because Tony's got to watch his blood pressure. So I'm gonna throw this up.
Oh, there's a sticker. We're ready to roll.
And then let's get this going.
Never stop, forget it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top.
Yo, no, I ain't the type to give up. If I do something, man, I do it till I get what I want. I turn a business out of nothing into something I love. I got a poker face, but honestly, I'm not one to bluff. I flip a switch, never miss, man, I always stay up. Don't let them see you, bitch, always have a plan to stay tough. This life ahead of you ain't easy, it was built to be rough. But that's what makes a personality, is tragedy, bruh. So keep your head on your shoulders. Now we ain't out here moving rocks, we out here moving boulders. Now we ain't getting posterized, we out here making posters. And we ain't got nothing to hide, we move forward like soldiers. You better wake up for the pace up.
So I threw the link out there for y'all to join. So whatever you guys want to talk about, whatever you guys want to do. I don't know if you guys, we got on kind of late Wednesday. It was kind of like an impromptu thing. So I'm going to talk about it again. Probably the best baseball player ever, arguably. We just lost. Did a lot for the game. 93 years old, meant a lot to the game. People, even center fielders today, say that center field would not be the position, would not be played the way it is played right now if it wasn't for Willie Mays.
No.
So
without the say hey kid, you know, we're losing all the great ones, man. That's the sad part. We're losing them. You know, I never saw Willie play, but never heard a negative thing about him. So, yeah, rest in peace, say hey kid.
They were talking about him talking smack. Like when he was in the Giants locker room, he was wearing his uniform. He wasn't Willie Mays, the legend. He was just Willie Mays, the baseball player.
Yeah.
Then he would walk up to somebody like, so what are you hitting this year? Oh, is that it? Oh, you know, stuff like that. I'd be like, how many assists do you have? Yeah. And then he was like a second baseman. He's like, well, I throw people out like every game, but it doesn't count as an assist or
right.
Yeah, the stories they were telling.
The funny thing was he's connected to the Twin Cities because he was with the Minneapolis Millers.
Yeah.
For all of 2 weeks. And then he went right to the Giants. The house he lived in is still standing, by the way. Bunch of people went to.
Is it designated as a landmark in Minnesota?
No, it isn't. Well, not yet. It might be now. But it's, I think I want to say the only house that's designated a landmark, I think, might be Prince's childhood home. I don't know. But yeah, aren't too many houses designated as landmarks. But yeah, there's been a steady stream of fans going by that house paying their condolences. I'm feeling a lot better. I had a scare there earlier in the week. Basically, I have to cut back on a few things, keep my stress level low, and change some things. So, but I'm still here. You're not getting rid of me.
So, thoughts on Cousins and the Falcons not kidding.
And of course, this catch stretches those limits. Well, now, okay, here's one catch. Did you hear the latest about Matt Stafford and his wife?
No.
I guess, I don't know what the deal was, but I guess she cheated on him in college with his backup QB.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She went on a podcast and bragged about it. Yeah, she went. I guess she went on some podcast and bragged about that she was. I guess they had broken up or something. I don't know what the story was, but she ended up hooking up with his backup quarterback to make him jealous. So I was kind of like, really, you're going to put that out there, lady? And he stood by you during your cancer battle? Wow.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, I have heard that. I don't know how he got into the top 10 conversation. If you're going off that 1 year, he shouldn't even be there off that 1 year. This year will tell us everything we need to know about KOC, I think. This is his team, his quarterbacks. We'll see what happens. So, yeah, he's got a ton of work to do. You can't really judge him after, well, this will be his third year. So, first year, he had his moments. He looked good, but all the wins were from behind. And then when they lost, they really lost. And then last year, they came back down to earth. Don't know how far they would have got if number 8 stays healthy, but a lot of that falls on the quarterback. You adjust. You have to make changes to your personnel. Yeah. He hasn't done that yet. I haven't seen it. It's more or less, let's run my style of offense, and he doesn't really dumb it down. I mean, he runs the same offense for everybody, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. He's got this year to prove it. Looks like they're going to ride with Sam Darnold until the wheels fall off, and then they'll put JJ in. But we'll see what happens. I mean, injuries happen, bad play happens. I mean, first 5 games will tell us a lot about this team. So,
yeah,
put it this way: they could be 1-4 and competitive, or they could be 1-4 and just get blown out in those games, or they're 3-2, 2-3, 4-1, 5-0. I think if they're 0-5, maybe push the panic button. Something's not working. Something's not coming across. Something's getting lost in the message. But I mean, it's the NFL. Everybody's, nobody's a slouch. So we'll see what happens.
Some teams you can say Carolina might be a slouch.
Huh?
Carolina.
Well, do we count Carolina? I mean, they're in the NFL, but hell, they're no better than a D3 college team right now.
The thing about it is that, like I said, I listened to the NFL on the Sirius XM, and they ranked divisions, and they were doing pressures for quarterbacks and stuff like that. And so far the Falcons have a 10 out of 20. It's the lowest score, and they're like, yeah, you got your quarterback of the future, but you have the same problem you've been having for the last 15 years. You can't get pressure on the quarterback,
right?
So I don't know what they were thinking. I mean, did they not? I mean, they spent all that money on Cousins. I know you have to plan for the future, but to me, it just seems like if Cousins doesn't win the Super Bowl or Penix doesn't win the Super Bowl, and they just continue to stop being bad, then seems like it was a wasted pick.
You can blame the Kirk Cousins signing on Arthur Blank. He's determined. Like I said before, he's determined to get back to the Super Bowl ASAP. So, and everybody thinks Cousins will get you there. I mean, We had him for 6 years. We only made how many times did we make the playoffs? Twice.
I think we made the playoffs twice. I think.
We made the playoffs twice in 6 years. You know,
and then they beat the Saints and lost to the Giants.
Lost to the Giants and the Niners. So I mean, it's he puts up. I mean, number 8 puts up the numbers, but as a complete quarterback, I don't put your faith in him. Do not put your faith in him. I'm a little worried about the Viking defense this year too. What are they going to do for a pass rush, especially up the middle? You know. Yes. So there's a lot of questions that need to be answered with this team. I still say, and I'm being optimistic, I still say they win 10 games.
I think it all depends. It really depends on Arnold.
They will. They're going to surprise some teams. They're going to surprise us fans, I think. They will probably lose a couple of games they shouldn't, but they just might win a couple of games they should. They win a couple of games they shouldn't, and vice versa. So we'll see what happens. All depends on how Darnold's playing. If they can run the ball this year, and how the defense looks. You've got these edge rushers now. Let's see if you can get pressure on the quarterback. At least get some sort of a push up the middle too. Help out those young corners as much as you can with the pass rush. So we'll see what happens. You know, season starts in what? Training camp starts next month.
Yeah, late next month. Was it probably 35 days or so?
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, I mean it's almost that time. Do you think JJ is going to hold out McCarthy?
No.
I don't think so either.
Because the only thing, there really is no reason to hold out anymore because your salary is slotted for where you got picked. The only thing you hold out on is the language, you know, like the years, not the years, but the guarantees. And if you have any bonuses or anything like that, that's pretty much the only thing.
Now, what do you think about the NFL looking at this salary cap for quarterbacks? Separate from the rest of the roster, the quarterbacks are going to have this amount of money, and the rest of the roster has this amount of money. That's going to cost. I think that's going to cause some problems.
Yeah,
because I think
I don't think because they were talking about it as well, and they're like, even with how much money Burrow's making, he never hits more than 17% of the team's salary cap.
Right.
So they said there really is no reason for it.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, it's another thing the NFL's floating around there. They're floating around that. They're floating around the 18-game season. They're pretty loud with that now. I still say though, if you go 18 games, you don't have nobody gets a bye in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Nobody gets a bye.
Or they go back to the top 2 teams getting a bye.
Right. But if you're going to do that, I don't know how that's going to, well, it can work, but there shouldn't be a bye at all. Just play. You know, let the chips fall where they may. So yeah, there's a ton of things happening with football. We'll see what happens. That's all we can do.
All right.
Oh my God, George! I haven't seen the movie Airplane in years.
I've seen that Jav.
I've seen like bits and pieces of it in recent years, but I haven't really sat down and watched it all the way through, and it's been a long time. I just the other night, I actually watched Animal House. I hadn't watched that in quite a few years either, and then Donald Sutherland passed away, so I remember seeing that
Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor?
Oh my god, that was a movie that made John Belushi.
Yeah.
That was the movie that made John Belushi. They were going to film Animal House 2 when he passed away, and Dan Aykroyd was going to be in it. But yeah, they were filming Animal House 2.
Animal House was what, 76?
78. Summer of 78.
So that's when it came out. But when was it filmed though?
And it was probably filmed in 77.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably filmed in 77. Because John was on break from Saturday Night Live.
Well, because Blues Brothers was what, 80?
Yeah, it came out in 79, filmed in 79. So, and that was based off the SNL skit that him and Dan Aykroyd had as the Blues Brothers.
Right. Well, they turned that into like a real thing too.
Yeah, they toured. They toured.
Hey, Mary.
Hey, Mary. How you doing? Yeah, National Lampoon made all. They used to have a National Lampoon radio hour. It was only a half-hour show, but most of the SNL guys were on that radio show. John Belushi, Harold Ramis, a couple of others. Yeah, they were all on there. But yeah, that's where and they were all Second City, which is, John Candy, Joe Flaherty, Eugene Levy, guys like that. They were all Second City in Chicago. So
when did Donald Sutherland die?
Yesterday?
Really?
Yeah, yesterday. Passed away.
Wow.
Yeah, he passed
88.
away.
My wife just told me he was 88.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, he was. I saw the message that Kiefer put on Twitter that his dad had passed away. So
There's an invite if anybody wants to join. I remember the movie he did with Sylvester Stallone when he was the warden of the prison.
I remember that when he was a jerk.
Yeah.
He was a real jerk, and Stallone had he was just doing his time, and it was cushy. And he goes and he gets transferred to this prison, and the guy treats him like crap.
Yeah,
I remember that. Yeah. Come to find out, Donald Sutherland's character was dirty as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. The top guard was John Amos.
Yeah, I remember the end of that movie was, the thing I'm going to miss you the most is that smile, because John Amos never smiled like the whole movie. Bob, we don't know.
She should be on in a few.
I sent her the link about 8:00. Told her we'd be on, and I just sent her a message on X saying that we're on live, and she hasn't responded. So
yeah,
she even asked me what time we were going live. And
did you ever see Invasion of the Body Snatchers?
No, Sarah. Yes, a long time ago.
I need to see that again. I forgot. And everybody says it's a classic. I remembered I saw it the first time. I was kind of like, but I was a teenager too, so I need to watch that one again.
Which one was Sutherland in Animal House? Was he
He was a teacher.
Okay.
He was a teacher that they smoked weed with. It was a couple of the guys, Karen Allen and her boyfriend, I forget his name, Boone and Otter, they went and smoked weed with him. And he was like the lit teacher. But yeah, he was in there. He only had like two parts, and they were brief,
So so the Hunger Games.
Oh yeah, that's right. He was in who wasn't in the Hunger Games?
He was in MASH.
What was he?
In MASH.
Yep, he was in MASH.
Kelly's Heroes.
Yep.
Pride and Prejudice, or Pride and
Pride and Prejudice, yeah.
Invasion of the Body Snappers. He was in all the Hunger Games. He was in a Dirty Dozen. I forgot he was in the Dirty Dozen.
I forgot that too. Oh, he was in Ordinary People. A lot of people forget that role because it was a serious role. Yeah, George, that's right. He ended up shacking up with Boone's girl. That's right.
So I guess his last one was his last show was The Lawman.
Okay.
But yeah, he was in a lot of stuff.
Yeah. He was in what was that one? What was that one with Demi Moore and Michael? Was that in Decent Proposal?
Brother.
I think he was in Indecent Proposal. He was the one that owned the company.
He played a really big, crazy pyromaniac.
My wife was telling me about this movie where he played a pyromaniac.
Oh, which one was that?
Not Blown Away. It was Backdraft.
Backdraft.
Oh, Backdraft. Okay.
Yeah. He was in Beer Fest.
Yep.
Lord of War.
That Space with Tommy Lee Jones, the older Space.
Let's see, the Italian Job.
Space Cowboys.
Path of War. He was in Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within. You probably did a voiceover for that.
Probably a voiceover, yeah.
Yeah, Space Cowboys.
That's right. He was in Space Cowboys.
Pacific. Panic.
Yep.
Behind the Mask. Let's see. Without Limits. I think I remember that movie.
Is Indecent Proposal on there?
I'm going in order.
It was a Michael Douglas Demi Moore movie.
He was in JFK, Backdraft.
That's right. He was in JFK. He was the conspiracy dude. He was telling everybody it's not what you think it is.
I'm looking for because my wife said that he was in A Decent Proposal too. My wife is usually right when it comes to movies.
Right. Yeah, I thought he was in there because he owned the company. Yeah, his character owned the company.
Johnny Got His Gun.
He was in Johnny Got His Gun?
That's what it says, yeah. He played Alex Morrison.
Okay, you want to know something about that movie? I didn't really watch that movie until I saw the clips in the Metallica video. Then I wanted to see the movie because that's where they got the clips for the video one. Oh, George, the Virus movie with what was that? What was that called?
I think it was just called Virus.
Was that Virus?
Yeah, I'm looking at his MBD, whatever it's called.
Okay.
He was in a lot.
He's in a ton of movies. It got to the point where you could almost count on him to kind of play a certain role you needed.
He was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Oh,
Yep.
yes, he played the handler.
He played the handler.
Yes.
Benefit of the Doubt. Red Hot. Punch. 6 Degrees of Separations. He was in that.
Okay.
I think he played the adoptive dad now, I think.
Okay.
Puppet Masters. Disclosure. That's the movie you're thinking of. Not Indecent
Disclosure.
Proposal.
That's the one. Disclosure.
Yeah.
It's Disclosure. Yeah. And George has the Outbreak. The Virus one was Outbreak.
Donald Sutherland.
My wife says it was Robert Redford in Decent Proposal, not Donald Sutherland.
Yeah, Disclosure and Outbreak.
My wife, if there was a trivia show, you know how like you are with Vikings trivia, she's that way with movies. She could be on Jeopardy.
Me, I'd freeze up on Jeopardy.
I can't do math.
Yeah. Well, Dan Patrick did the Sports Jeopardy. Those questions were hard.
The only Jeopardy I did well at was the music Jeopardy when they had
Time to Kill.
Oh, Time to Kill, yeah.
Without Limits.
Time to
Virus. Virus was the name of that movie.
Okay. It was an Outbreak?
It says right here he was in Virus. Hold on. Let's see if this is.
Oh, Virus is a different movie. He might have been in both of them. That's the problem. That's the thing. Was he in Art of War?
I believe so.
That was with Wesley Snipes.
Let me see. It may not work because StreamYard is a usage hog.
Oh, your stream, it drags you. It's slow.
Yeah.
Takes up a lot of energy.
Let's see.
Oh my God, Bob Swede. To answer your question, Bob, Sammy was better, much better.
Yeah, never mind.
Sammy was much better.
Does that look like it? Does that look familiar?
What?
It'll load here in a second. Yeah, I don't know what is going on with shit. Yeah, man.
Well, it is Friday night. Everybody's probably on.
Jamie Lee Curtis was in Virus.
Jamie Lee was in that?
Yeah, so
Jamie used to be in a lot of those like horror movies up until she got she kind of got married. You know who she married, right? Jamie Lee Curtis?
I think she's still married to him.
Yeah, the dude she married is the dude that played the guitarist in Spinal Tap.
Is it Christopher Guest?
Yeah, Christopher Guest, right?
Yep, Christopher Guest.
Guess who told me that?
Your wife.
Yeah.
One's transgender.
So I guess.
Oh, is this a trailer for Virus?
Yeah.
It is powerful, intelligent.
Oh, I remember this.
It's found the perfect planet to inhabit.
Станции между станциями, говорит академик, она была
Посмотри.
I remember this.
I've never seen this. God, look at the old special effects.
I'm picking up a contact. 12 miles out. Speed 0 knots.
Yeah, I remember this.
Really big.
I'm getting. I mean, we got a Russian vessel. Middle of nowhere. Dead in the water. Crew vanished. Why the hell did they vanish? Huh? Shh. You hear that? We don't find any dead bodies. We got somebody else on board. Repeat.
Yeah, I've never seen this.
That's your second touch.
Is that is that one of the Baldwin brothers?
8 days ago.
Yeah, that was one of the Baldwins.
Space station. Something came into the ship. I took control of computers. He was learning. Learning what? How to kill us.
Somebody welded the engine room door shut. What is it? High-tech robotics. No. In order to survive.
It's creating
Yeah.
Everyone more says for spare parts. It must destroy the one threat
Oh my god.
to its existence.
Kind of looks like America a little bit.
Called man. What's wrong with you? Nothing now.
Yeah, William Baldwin was in it. God, I haven't seen that movie in years.
Yeah, my wife said he's married to China Phillips.
Yep. God, they're still together after all these years?
Yep.
Yeah, yep.
It's been a minute, more than a minute. Skull, Eric.
I hate how it just plays videos automatically. I don't want I've never seen that. My wife says she don't think she's ever seen it either.
I think I have.
That's weird.
It's a decent movie. I mean,
Well, was it? What year was it? It's got to be campy 80s horror.
It's like 90s, mid 90s, I think. It's like mid 90s.
99. Wow. That's really bad for
99, yeah.
Special effects.
Yep. 99. Yeah, it's okay. It's a good pizza movie, put it that way. It's not one of those that scare you.
What up, Eric? No, it's one of those compy ones.
Campy as hell.
Yep.
Yep. Campy as hell. It's almost like it's not as bad as like a Mystery Science Theater 3000 movie, but it could be.
Yeah. Yeah, George, it looked bad. For 99, it looked bad. I was thinking like 86, 87 with those.
It was looking like, the the robots all look like Terminators.
Yeah.
In 91. When the Terminator was like that. Or like that, what was that one where
Johnny Five? No.
Yes, that's the one. What was that one? What was that called? That movie?
Oh, God.
Short Circuit. Yep. Oh, the bike. I've seen a ton of previews for that movie. I'm actually interested to see it.
Ghost is coming out with a movie.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
See, I don't like to go to the theaters, but they're going to make me go to see a couple of movies. I can see that now. I don't really like going to the theaters. Not since the pandemic, put it that way.
We've been to the movie theaters, I think, twice.
Yeah,
since the pandemic.
Well, now you got certain theaters where you actually sit in a recliner and they'll bring you alcohol. Sure, put me to sleep.
we have a called the Alamo Draft House.
Okay, yeah.
So,
but I'll probably have to get out there and see some upcoming movies. There's a few of them that look pretty good.
Yeah.
Good one, George. Yeah, I'd probably bring my own too. I used to do that all the time back in the day. I'd even bring my own snacks.
Well, I have to because I'm diabetic and they don't sell sugar-free. They don't sell sugar-free stuff, so.
No, everything's loaded with sugar, which now I'm going to have to get used to that. Damn it, just getting old sucks.
Yeah.
So is this like a movie or is it a concert trailer?
I don't know. I just saw it. I think it's a movie.
You know, for these guys to be a metal band, they're kind of poppy to be a metal band.
Their new stuff is. Well, what do you notice as soon as I?
The darkness of the universe, with all its secrets unknown to mankind.
Tobias is still the lead singer, right?
Oneself not being able to accept
Yeah.
eternity.
We can't see it.
What happened to it?
It didn't. We see it now, but
Not the tale of death, but one of life.
Let me put it back.
Great beyond.
I'm not. So I don't know if it's a movie or it's 2 hours and 25 minutes. So I don't know if it's a concert.
it's almost like a concert movie with a story to it. Put it that way.
Experience. Eternity.
Isn't Blue Eyes?
However, this is not a tale about death, but one of life.
So I don't know if it's a concert or if it's a movie about ghosts because Tobias is very cryptic with his messaging.
Right.
So we have no idea. Some of their new stuff is poppy, but
It's heavy, but it's heavy, but it's not heavy.
yeah.
It's
it's in July. It's in movie theaters, so
I might have to go see that.
Can you take me to that night again?
yeah.
I've seen a lot of their performance videos.
So that's an everything.
No, I definitely want to go see it.
Yep.
I can get my wife to go.
Fuck no. You make yourself some friends and go with you.
So it says Haunting Cinemas Worldwide, June 20th and 22nd only. Says combining live performance from Ghosts sold out Kia fountain shows in LA with a narrative story that picks up plots threads from the band's long running web series episode. So maybe it's like a bunch of different clips thrown together. I don't know.
It sounds like it's a concert footage with a story.
Yeah.
It sounds like that because they have done films like that. They've done videos.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that. So this is probably like a full length movie. Where are they from again?
They're Swedish.
I thought they were Swedish.
That's why it's weird.
You know, a lot of your darker metal bands come from Sweden.
Oh yeah.
A lot of them come from Sweden. Or Scandinavia. One of the bands I used to listened to years ago was Celtic Frost. They were from they were from I forget where, Denmark, I think.
Makes sense. Well, I think Begor. I think they're Scandinavian as well.
Right.
Amon
Amarth, or what are they? Swedish?
Amarth is Swedish.
That's what I thought.
And yeah, Johan is the lead singer of Amon Amarth. He's one of the world's most leading authority on Viking. So I listen to them a lot because, especially during the Vikings, especially during the Vikings season, like they have a song called like "Raise Your Horns," raise your horns, raise them up to the sky tonight. We celebrate glory. So when the Vikings win, I like to play that song. And Sugar is great, yes.
Oh, Meshuggah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't listened to Meshuggah in years.
Yeah, I don't know where Sarah's at. We texted her, so I don't know. But But yeah, like I said, I'll throw the link out there if anybody wants to come on and talk music or talk whatever. Just let me know.
Yeah, talk about anything.
I actually like a group called Mushroom Head.
I've heard of them.
You know,
I've heard of them. They still together?
they've been through so many different lineups.
Yeah.
Like the one of the guys who founded the band quit the band because he found Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys know anything about Mushroom Band, they are not a Jesus band.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So
We had a band here in Minneapolis, American Head Charge. I listened to them before. They finally called it quits. One of the members died, so they just hung it up.
Yeah.
Really, Bob? You had to come here with the album. What is it with Bob?
I don't know. So
Next thing you know, he'll be asking me who was better, Paul Dixon or Bob Lurtzema.
Demetrius Underwood or the guy we got from Wisconsin, Erasmus James.
Oh God. Jeez. Guar, that joke, and they're still around.
So
That's
for
like
those of you guys who don't know Mushroom Head,
Guar is like the longest running joke in music that still sells out.
preschool prostitute. That's for those who don't know.
Oh yeah, this is Mushroom Head.
Yeah.
One shot around the world, gonna bring it to a head, we're gonna show the world that it was. One said, whatever the cost, we will never surrender, leave a banner no loss. When the rich wage war and the patriotic.
I don't want to get monetized. I'm going to pause it, but the makeup, the makeup on these guys, you know how their mask and everything look.
Yeah. They were honestly probably a darker version of Slipknot.
So, yeah, this is probably one of the most popular songs.
Right.
Yeah. This is one of the earlier version songs. Some people call them a Slipknot clone, but I think they're a little bit different than Slipknot.
They're Slipknot's light compared to these guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, Slipknot is light.
Yeah, and then this is the newer version of them. She is really, really good as a singer.
Well, they're on Napalm Records, huh?
Yeah, they're on Napalm, yeah. But the style really hasn't changed much.
Right.
She's just, she's really good. But she left the band for a while because she had COVID, killed like 4 of her family members.
Oh, okay.
And she just came back like 6 months ago. She's really good though. The band isn't the same without her since they added her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love Napalm Records. Napalm and was it Roadrunner?
Roadrunner, yeah.
Yeah. So you can see they're still the same. They're still creepy as hell. Well, I don't think they're creepy, but a lot of people do. But
they just got a
yeah, they have a really creepy one. I think it was based off of Evil Dead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen her without the makeup?
Yes. she looks normal.
Okay.
Yeah, she's not one of those that wears makeup because she needs to cover something up. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So yeah, see, it's kind of theater, kind of like Ghost a little bit. They're
Yeah.
harder than Ghost though.
They're heavier.
Ghost has some hard songs, but their songs are all
To me, Ghost is just so damn poppy. I mean, some of their
yeah.
stuff is just poppy. It's radio play. Put it that way. It's radio play. You can play it on the radio.
Nothing happens to Baby George.
Unless I don't know if anybody still listens to radio anymore.
Yeah. But in case you guys are wondering what type of stuff I listen to, there you go.
Oh my God, Bob brought up the 80s, Red Skies at Night by The Fix.
Yeah.
Haven't heard that song in years.
Red Skies. We can't play too many videos because
The
record company, even a small ass channel like ours, record company, be like, oh.
Yeah, they'll lose their mind. They will lose their mind.
Artists actually love the fact that it gets played. It's their record companies who want all the money.
The artists love it, but here's the problem. Most of the artists don't even own their own music. And once they're signed to a record label, the record label owns that music. So
yeah, speaking of that, did you see that the Queen sold their music catalog for like $8.7 billion?
Who bought it?
I don't know. It's a rich guy.
And they're all still with us except for Freddie. So I think the one that really, because I think Brian May was like was the main songwriter, wasn't he?
I believe so.
Yeah. So I mean, him and Freddie.
So here's a song I was telling you about. This one I think is based off of the Evil Dead.
That is Evil Dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is Evil Dead.
The makeup on this video, I don't know who does their makeup, but I mean that's the exact look from Evil Dead, isn't it? Or I mean, it
damn near.
Yeah, it's not the same woman from before. It's a different one. But look at their makeup. I mean, look at that. This is just for like a music video.
Yeah, this is they took this off of Evil Dead.
Yeah.
Her makeup especially.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely influenced by Evil Dead, George.
Yeah, that's so. I listen to them a lot. They've had so many different lineup changes. Like I said, I think they have two guys that are left from the original band.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's very few. Even the bands that started in the 2000s and 2010s, you change members every 4 or 5 years, sometimes sooner.
Yeah.
Very few bands have the original lineup together. If you look at the bands in the 80s, for all the members that are still alive, very few of them have the same members that they did.
They say that this song is more for the movie The Cabin in the Woods than it is for
they were trying to get like a short movie video influence.
Yeah, but come on, it's Evil Dead.
Right.
Yeah. I like I said, that's just I listen to everything, but when I'm by myself, that's what I listen to because my wife doesn't like that. My wife doesn't like it. So
Yeah, when I was married, I had to listen to certain bands by myself, like the Big Four or Testament or Manowar. The heavier bands she did not like, which meant she, when I played Pantera, it drove her up a wall.
yeah, this is probably. I mean, Megadeth is by far and away. Megadeth is by far and away my favorite band of all time.
I love
And
a lot of Megadeth stuff. I like.
yeah,
I can see why a lot of people thought they were better than Metallica, because Metallica did sound like they sold out, where Megadeth did not.
well, the Black Album was probably where most people say that they sold out on. Megadeth did have the Euthanasia album,
Yeah.
so that was kind of a sellout. But this group, this group is Ukrainian. They are called Ginger.
Oh, Ginger. Yeah, I've heard of them.
They only have one singer, by the way. Only one person sings.
Okay. He does all the voices. He does all the songs.
No, she
He
sings.
does all the songs.
Yeah. Yeah, the drummer is their second drummer. The first drummer was okay, but
Yeah.
this guy has set them another level. So her name is Kathy. Jesus, her last name is Saltamayuk, but Tatiana is her first name. And then
You said they're from Canada?
No, they're Ukrainian.
Oh, Ukrainian.
Yeah. This is an old video though. She's the tattooed. She's got all tattoos now. But yeah, this is probably the song to put them on the map. But I liked it before this song because they have another song called "I Speak Astronomy," which is really good. You know.
Yeah.
So, and people are thinking that's like a mic effect. No. She does jazz too. They have a song called "I'm Going to Be the One."
Yeah.
And it's hard like that, but it ends in like jazz.
What's her name? Also sings kind of jazz. She sings for Lacuna Coil.
Christina Scabrera.
Yeah, she sings other stuff too.
See, here we go again with Bob.
Oh, for God's sake. Bob, you need a hobby. Oh my God.
Yeah. King Crimson was good too on No Stop.
Yeah, Crimson was very good. I haven't listened to King Crimson in years.
Oh wow, that's a hell of a lineup.
Oh my God, Adrian Belew.
Yeah.
I haven't heard any of him in years.
Oh, but people who know
Mm-hmm.
about Adrian Belew. Yeah. Are we going to talk football? I don't know.
We can.
We can. But like I said, this is Friday night. Let's talk about whatever the fuck you
Yeah, we can talk about anything. Football is off season, so there's really not a whole hell of a lot to talk about.
I mean, we have the Sam Darnold was named the Week 1 starter.
Yeah, I'm not even.
For what that's worth.
Yeah, I'm not even surprised by that. Yeah. Well, are we sure Daniel Jones is going to start for the Giants?
I think this is his last year.
Yeah, I still say he should have gave Donatell some of that money.
Yeah. Yep, definitely.
Oh, yeah, it's hard to watch these bands that are still together with like a member that's either retired or passed away.
Well, and then you still got Keith Richardson. And
Keith is not going anywhere. He's going to outlive all of us. Keith is going to outlive every single one of us in this chat.
I saw a meme saying like, "Oh look, there's going to be a nuclear bomb. The only thing we left is cockroaches and Keith Richards."
Yeah, and probably Ozzy. God,
Ozzy's not doing too good though.
is something going on with Ozzy now? Is he? Because I heard what's her name was getting ready to prop him up for another
Oh
tour.
my God, seriously.
Really, Darian? And then Bob. Oh my God. Oh.
I mean, come on, Bob. You're old enough to watch Moss. Moss made catches JJ couldn't make. You can make that.
Bob,
same
what are
argument.
you? Bob, what are you drinking tonight?
I could say that same argument about Moss.
Oh, icy hot. I ain't gonna lie. I used that when I played football. You're right, George. Keith is immortal. Yeah.
Yeah, Ozzy is not doing well. So
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure
he might
Cher-
be the next one to go.
but Cher's gonna prop him up on stage to do one more tour. She's gonna make as much money off his ass as possible. Well,
Who's it? Is it the? Is it the Boise Water? I don't know. Bob, that catch wouldn't have been like that if Moss was in it. He would have just reached up and grabbed it.
mm-hmm.
Or first of all, he would have been behind the guy.
Yeah, Moss wouldn't have had to make a catch like that because Moss would have cooked him down the sideline.
Yeah. As much as we love JJ, he's not a burner.
Mm-mm.
Moss was everything Justin Jefferson is, and he was a burner.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, Jeff George had one of the strongest arms ever.
It didn't look like it, but he did. He had one of the strongest arms. He has a head case, and that was probably what was wrong with him during his whole career. It was just a head case.
Oh yeah, him and June Jones on the sideline.
Oh yeah. That was. And where were they? Atlanta.
Yeah.
God. I mean, that's my girls' team, but they've had some dysfunction.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bad when your head coach writes a note, puts it in the locker room saying he's quit. God.
JJ doesn't make too many one-handed catches, you know.
Mm-mm. I mean, JJ hasn't immortalized anybody yet for a picture like Moss.
Well, I guess he kind of did the Buffalo guy.
He did the Buffalo guy. But, Woodson's claim to fame is that picture with Moss.
Yeah.
You know?
I
And
mean,
it happened more than once. So
I know this is when he was with the Patriots. But did JJ make that catch? I mean, I know he's a Patriot when he did this, but
I don't know.
that's where the term "you got Moss" came from, by the way.
You know what? I don't know if JJ makes that catch. He might.
He might.
Yeah, he might make that catch.
Why can't we have nice things?
Because we're Minnesota. We're cursed. I don't know what the hell Minnesota did, but they're cursed.
Maybe it was the whole supposed to go to the AFL, didn't go to the AFL thing.
Yeah, and the Raiders got the team we were supposed to. And look what they turned into. Damn it.
Hey, everybody. Her Majesty has arrived.
Sorry, I'm late.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
like,
we were talking
here.
mostly about music.
DJ did make a catch like that. It wasn't in the end zone, but it was against the Lions on a 3rd and 29 this past year when he went up against 2 Lions defenders behind him.
Was that in Detroit?
Yep.
Because Nick Mullins underthrew him.
No, that was when it was intercepted, wasn't it?
Nope. That was the first game. I'm talking about the second game. Oh wait, no, it was the first game. I don't know, but yeah, no, he went up and it was thrown. He was double covered, and he went up and got it and came down with it. And there were 2 Lions defenders right. He was in between them 2.
So once again, the Lions are keeping up a history of being somebody's highlight reel. God.
They are so delusional.
I know.
Yesterday, there was a poll, right? And so I clicked on it, and then they were commenting on it, and they were like, St. Brown is just as good as JJ, and Jameson is better than Addison. I was like, what the? Oh, you had the parent advisory on. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? Are you even talking about? Addison has done more in his rookie year than Jameson has done in his 2 years.
But look at this real quick. This was his numbers coming out of college: 6'4", 194, 4.38 to 40, the vertical 33 inches. How in the hell did teams pass him up, man?
Because of what happened. It had nothing to do with his talent. It had everything to do with what had happened. They thought he was a head case. They thought he was going to be a problem.
Randy Moss, the best receiver ever to live.
Yeah, they thought he was going to be a problem. That's why.
Wouldn't it be funny if because Moss was drafted 21, JJ was drafted 22, and Jordan Addison was drafted 23.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Addison, I think, is going to have a big year. Addison,
Oh yeah, but no, Lions fans were saying that Jameson Williams is better than Jordan Addison. I was like,
yeah, right. Lions.
come on now.
Put it this way: they paid Goff, so he.
Well, and the thing is, it's like Addison has done more in his rookie year than Williams has done in 2 years that he's,
Yeah, it's Lion fans are delusional. They win one division, and oh my God, they're the greatest in football.
I think Magic Man's a Lions fan.
And then like Bears fans too, like, oh, DJ Moore and Keenan Allen is a better wide receiving core than JJ and
Chester
Addison.
Taylor.
I'm like, who in their right mind would choose Moore and Allen over JJ and Addison? Nobody.
So now they got a receiver who played all his years in warm weather. Now he's playing in cold weather.
I want to do Bob's comment. The fallacy that Randy Moss did not run routes is ridiculous. He didn't have to because the Vikings had Chris Carter. And Randy Moss changed the NFL. Justin Jefferson would not be the player he is today if it wasn't for Moss. Don't get me wrong, I love Justin Jefferson, but Randy Moss could run routes.
Here's the thing with Justin. Justin's already missed time with injuries. Randy was never hurt.
Yeah. What up, Norpheus?
Hey, Norpheus. Randy never missed any time with injury. I think JJ, what did JJ pull a hamstring last year?
Yeah.
Well, and JJ's still playing. He's got we think he's on that trajectory path to be
Right.
as great as Randy, but he's still got a lot of football left in him, I hope.
Right. Yeah. I think. Justin Jefferson does have the possibility of going down as the Vikings' greatest receiver, but that's only if he plays his whole career with the Vikings. Randy Moss, if he plays his whole career with Minnesota, he's still
considered the greatest
best.
Viking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he's still. So.
Yeah, Patriots be claiming him like he was a Patriot. I'm like, for 1 year.
Yeah, and they didn't even win him a Super Bowl.
And then they
Y'all
traded
can't
him
be
back to us.
claiming him.
And they didn't even win him a Super Bowl.
He went into the Hall of Fame as a Viking still, right?
Yeah, he went in as a Viking.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went in as a Viking.
Yeah, that would have been
Well,
a slap in the face. Of
another thing that made Moss so great was is that he wouldn't put his hands up until like the ball was ready to be caught.
Yeah.
So the defensive back never knew if the ball was coming to him or not.
Well, you know who went into the Hall of Fame, but they say they're a Viking, but they went in another team. Gary Zimmerman went in as a Bronco. But he takes a ton of pictures with the Vikings all the time, the Viking Hall of Famers. But he went in as a Bronco.
Yeah, no, Eric, great. JJ will be great too. We're not denying that. But
He'll be great as long as he stays. He's got to stay healthy.
To say that JJ is better than Moss right now is ludicrous. And I think Bob says these things to set us off to start conversation. But,
Ahmad all the way. Sidney Rice never materialized.
I don't know what it is that, because like in college, JJ was able to like score a lot of touchdowns, but
I don't know if I wouldn't say Randy Moss was Terrell Owens. I definitely wouldn't.
Moss. Okay, Moss to the Minnesota crowd, to Minnesota fans, he wasn't Minnesota nice,
right?
But he wasn't the a-hole that Terrell Owens was.
Right.
He never called out he very seldom called out his teammates if he called them out at all. The only coach he ever called out was Brad Childress.
Yeah.
That's the only one he ever called out. But he was never, even when that team was going through that spell with Tice, he never called anybody out. Never did.
I think Diggs is more of a problem than fucking Haas ever was.
Diggs is a big problem.
Oh, but do you think that's because we didn't have Twitter then?
No, Diggs was just a
no.
Moss would have never been.
By the way, Diggs had better numbers with Cousins than he ever did with Allen.
Yeah.
So you can't say it was Cousins.
Yeah.
And then he goes on the Pat McAfee show and says the Vikings traded me to ruin my career. Motherfucker, you wanted to be traded.
You wanted to be traded. Yeah.
The Bills gave the Vikings the most for you, so shut the fuck up.
Sarah will remember this. Remember when Randy Moss got in trouble for having that weed in his car and he got into it with the parking attendant or the traffic cop?
Uh-huh.
That was what started the whole he's an asshole. But then when they tried to get an interview with the traffic cop in her trailer park, she wouldn't answer the door.
Yep.
She lived in a trailer
What the hell
park.
are you doing standing in front of a car? You're not going to stop a fucking moving car. Just get the fuck out
Yeah,
of the way.
no, she jumped on his car. She jumped on the hood of his car. She jumped on the hood of the car, and then Randy
I'll be back in a second.
had some what-you-call-it's in his ashtray, and they booked him on that. It was stupid. They were just trying to make a point of him, and he was.
How do you pay your fine? Straight cash, homie.
Yeah.
No, Moss was like really grateful and thankful to Denny Green that he never bashed the Vikings.
No, Denny was his guy. Denny was, like he said, Denny was the one that took the chance on him. Everybody else passed on him, including Jerry Jones. And Jerry Jones got some of the most dysfunctional football players to ever play in the NFL. but he passed on Randy Moss. Come on now.
Yeah, because Irvin had just gotten out of jail or something, or I don't know.
Well, Irvin had just got over that I think it was a drug trial.
Yeah.
Irvin got into some more shit when he stabbed his teammate. He stabbed his teammate in the neck for over a barber's seat. You gotta, if you ever get the chance, Sarah, look up that story. Michael Irvin stabbed Everett MacGyver, who was his teammate. He stabbed him in the neck over a barber's seat. They were getting haircuts. He could have killed him. He could have killed him.
Like his coked out days, huh?
Yeah, he could have killed him. Only thing that smoothed it over was Jerry Jones. The only reason he didn't do no time was because of Jerry Jones. So, yeah, but you pass on Randy Moss. Okay, whatever. I mean, one of your players has a house called the White House, and everybody knows what's going on there. You got Barry Switzer, your head coach, banging the assistant coach's wives, but you didn't want Randy Moss because he's too much of a problem. Okay, whatever. Whatever.
Yeah, and it was over weed. I mean, when's the last time somebody smoked weed and stabbed a teammate?
Oh God, yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's, and Michael Irvin, I mean, Irvin was he was an a-hole. He was an a-hole. But he's in the hall. He looks like he's on coke now. He'd be on football. He'd be on NFL Network sweating up like a dog. I'm like, dude, are you running laps before you go on?
And like talking all fast, like
yeah. I'm like, this motherfucker's still doing cocaine.
My issue with Irvin is that he does not have Hall of Fame numbers.
No, he just happened to be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
I always thought what's his name was better than him, Alvin Harper.
Is he in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, he's in the Hall of Fame.
Oh.
First ballot.
Yeah, he's in the Hall of Fame. All those Cowboys are in. Troy, Emmett,
Larry Allen.
Irvin, Larry Allen, rest his soul. Charles Haley, but Haley had good years with the Niners. Is Jay Novacek in the Hall of Fame?
I do not know. But before Tom Brady, Charles Haley had the most rings.
Yeah. Yep.
One thing you can appreciate about JJ though is during that whole contract thing, he never made it weird,
No, he never did a Diggs and ran his mouth.
Yeah, I mean, because how now Ayuk is all being weird, oh, they don't want me, and just stuff like that. I like that. I liked how JJ and the Vikings just didn't really talk about it at all,
No.
And I like it like that.
I think Ayuk is trying to find a way out of San Francisco.
Yeah, because then he wants more than what they're willing to pay him. From what I'm reading, they want to give him in the mid high 20s,
Yeah.
and he wants to be paid in the low 30s or somewhere between AJ Brown and Justin Jefferson money.
Yeah, and he's not even better than Debo, his own teammate.
Yeah, Norfish, he went to Tampa.
Alvin Harper, he went to Washington.
He went to Tampa too.
Was he in Tampa too?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he went to Washington.
He went to a Vikings game, and Alvin Harper was the number one wide receiver for the Buccaneers.
Okay, because he was in Washington because what's his name? And I think it was before Snyder. He got paid a bunch of money to go to Washington. Play for the Redskins.
Yeah, George, but what wide receiver has never dropped the ball? Even Rice dropped balls. Even Carter dropped balls. It happens.
And that
The
like
biggest
that,
issue with 1998 was that Dennis Green not being aggressive at the end of the game.
That and players running out of bounds when they shouldn't have.
Yeah.
that like
Yeah.
irritates me when people are like, "Oh, he got shut down." I'm like, every receiver, like Jerry Rice has gotten shut down. Every great receiver gets shut down, and every great corner gets burned. It's just a part of the nature of the game. You
Yeah,
know?
the great ones have their days
Well-
off. They have their bad games.
I understand what you're saying, George, but there was a damn tight end for the Cowboys who dropped a touchdown in the end zone in the Super Bowl.
I felt so bad for him. And he had a Hall of Fame career with the Cardinals, and then he finally makes the playoffs. He gets in the Super Bowl, and he drops a sure touchdown.
Who?
I felt Jackie Smith. I felt so bad for him. He dropped a short touchdown in Super Bowl 13. I think it would have tied the game.
Yeah.
And he just flat outright dropped it. And he had played with the Cardinals.
It was Williamson bad.
So, huh?
It was Troy Williamson bad.
Yeah, it was.
I know people say big players, show up in big time games, but you can't. You can't sit there and say that he didn't show up when he makes one bad play.
You know what? And very few people forget about this. In that 2009 championship game, who was it got called for a pass interference call that was really not passing? Was that Lieber or was it Greenway?
Lieber was 15 yards away from the guy that called him when they called pass.
And they called him for pass interference, which put the ball in the field goal range, and they won it.
Yeah.
That was the. I mean, if you're going to think about games being fixed, that could rank as one of them. You know, that could rank as one of them. Which, here's the thing for people that think this fixing NFL games is new. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Hell, MLB Empire. Just for gambling.
Yep.
Do you guys think the Chiefs will repeat?
Huh?
Do you guys think the Chiefs will repeat?
I don't know who's going to challenge them in the AFC because Baltimore, as good as they are, they're another one of them teams that they choke in the big games, especially Lamar.
Yeah.
So they could. I don't know anybody that's going to surprise them or going to take it to them. Maybe, I don't know who could surprise them. I don't think Cincinnati's got it in them.
Because I think the Jets have that good defense, so it's just a matter of whether or not Aaron Rodgers can be MVP Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, he's going to be a problem. He is going to be a problem. When I say he's going to be a problem, not a good problem as far as to play against, he's going to be a problem because of his ego, and it's probably going to screw up that locker room. He's probably going to get a bunch of players that will want to kick his ass if they don't have it already.
Well, I mean, I would be pissed if I found out that my quarterback is not at mandatory minicamp because he's away at an ayahuasca party or whatever.
What the hell's he at?
I don't know. From what I heard, he was in Europe at some ayahuasca retreat or party or something with ayahuasca.
In other words, it has nothing to do with football.
I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but that's just what I heard.
So Randy Moss had 6 catches, 75 yards, and a touchdown in that NFC Championship game. I'm not going to kill him for dropping one ball.
There was a lot of reasons we didn't win that game, mostly coaching. And that defense, no matter what you say about that 98 team, that defense was soft as hell.
Guess who led the team in sacks?
That year?
No, in the championship game.
Jason Fisk, he had 2.
Yeah.
What's up with our team that it's like, why? Whenever we have a good offense, our defense is shit. Whenever we have good defense,
Our
our
offense
offense is shit. Like,
We haven't had the Vikings haven't really had a complete team since the 70s and 80s. I'd say the 80s.
Yeah.
That was probably the last time. But now you either got one that's good and the other one sucks, or vice versa. We have yet to have both a good defense and a good offense. Well, I take it back.
I don't blame
2000.
I don't blame Gary Anderson. Yes, he did miss his only kick of the year, but I blame coaching more than anything else.
I blame Robert Smith for running out of bounds.
Dennis Green being way too conservative. I mean, your kicker only missed one kick all year. What makes you think if you don't get in field goal range, he's going to miss again? You know?
Well, Robert Smith running out of bounds twice to stop the clock doesn't help.
Yeah.
You know, you had no pass rush because you left John Randall out there, and he got hit by Derek Alexander the week before. I mean, come on. You know, that's a case where probably Denny believed his own hype. You know.
Sorry, I was eating this while my camera was off. But Sarah, what do you think about Sam Darnold being named starter?
I mean, it is what it is. I wasn't really expecting JJ to start. But the way I see it, it's like if we are saying that JJ went into the best situation for a rookie quarterback, why wouldn't it hold true for Sam Darnold as well? And so if we're to believe that, well, JJ should succeed under this coach with these weapons, then why wouldn't the same thing be believed about Sam Darnold?
Well, think about it, what you just said. We had Kirk Cousins, didn't win shit. Now that we don't have Kirk Cousins, we're still not going to win shit. The national media can't make up their mind.
Well, talk about Kirk Cousins as a Super Bowl quarterback now that he plays for the Falcons.
Well,
by the way,
like, you know what, like, irritated me? Like, he took his receivers to Tampa, and I'm kind of like, oh, so when he was with us, he didn't do any of that shit, but now...
I bet he shows up on Tuesdays, too.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to... Oh, my God.
What a crock of shit.
He's thinking about himself. That's all he does. That's why I'm glad he's gone, the fucker.
We can't talk about him too much, Sarah.
Like,
Sarah,
we gave him all that money and all that shit, and no, I don't come in on Tuesdays because that's my day with the family. And I heard a story that when JJ was first drafted, he had texted Kirk in the summer to see if they could get together to work out, and Kirk is like, I don't do that in the summers, you know? But now it's like he's taking his receivers to Tampa. Like, oh, okay, so you wouldn't do all that shit for us who gave you your very first fucking guaranteed contract? But
you know who he's trying to get ahead of? He's probably doing that because he's worried about Michael Penix spending time with those receivers.
Yeah,
he never had to worry about that.
Never had to worry about that.
That was our fault, though.
That was definitely our fault.
Yeah, all the Vikings did was
because we never pushed him to do shit like that, you know? And so he didn't feel threatened.
Nope.
It's amazing what the lengths they will go and do when they feel they're threatened that their job is at stake, huh? Funny.
Yeah, and he's got guaranteed money, and he's still acting that way. That's the problem.
Well, you think that his family's up in Atlanta, and his dad's right there in Tampa, that he'll actually work on Tuesdays now because his wife has got family to be around.
His family were here, too. I mean, he had house here.
I'm just thinking of excuses that people are going to make.
No, the only way he's working on Tuesdays is because he knows if his ass don't show up and put in that extra work and something goes wrong, they're going to be screaming to have Penix take over.
Oh, they'll still be panning. They'll be yelling for him anyway.
Yeah.
You know, it's they're gonna know. I mean, we went through it for 6 years. I'm gonna hear about it for at least another 2. But
Oh no, like it's funny because there's this commenter who's like, I didn't. She must be like the biggest Kirk stan or something because, uh, like I see her post like everywhere and she's always like defending him and shit, and I'm just like, oh my god, thank God we don't have to deal with that shit anymore, you know. And so I'm just
oh
like
god,
glad that like that's like gone from. It's like it's not toxic anymore, you know.
no, it's you can tell there's the optimism is, you know, even me, I'm like more optimistic about this team with him gone because he was what was holding his team back as far as I was concerned. You know, I was ready to move on from him years ago, but yet I'm a hater. I don't know my football, and I should stop being a Viking fan because I don't support them and I don't support Kirk Cousins. It's like whatever.
I just think he's probably going to have a good season, a good regular season with the Falcons. Who knows where they're going to be at? They're probably going to be above 500. They're probably going to make the playoffs. Everything you're talking about him being MVP, and then he's going to shit the bed in the playoffs.
Well, and I mean, we've shown that even when we've had, we've had worse quarterbacks than Kirk that has gotten us further than Kirk ever did.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
well, Culpepper, yeah.
Keenum.
Yeah, but Keenum still only won one playoff game.
Yeah, but Keenan did more in 1 year as a backup than Kirk did as 6 years.
I know, but what has Keenum done since he's left? You know,
what has Kirk done?
Right? No. What I'm saying is that people are saying that we should have kept Keenum. Well, Keenum, I appreciate everything Keenum did in 2017. I'm not saying that. Well, what to say that he was better than Cousins is not true.
The biggest thing about
everybody talks about, he took us to the NFC Championship game, but he only won one playoff game to get there. So
here's the thing is, though, this was the problem.
And they needed a miracle to do it.
You put Kirk in that locker room, and it destroyed that locker room. It ruined the team chemistry.
I think there's more to it than that. But I don't think Keenum – they would have been awful in the next year if Keenum was the quarterback.
Well, here's what would have happened.
I think they did the right decision that offseason signing Kirk Cousins because he was the best quarterback available. But where you can kill the Vikings is the re-signings, the 2 re-signings he had.
Okay, yeah, he might have been the best quarterback available if you're looking at yards. But if you looked at his body of work and how that team moved with him at quarterback, you would have been like, no, he's not the answer. And he wasn't the answer.
I disagree with that, Morpheus.
Eli Manning got 2 Super Bowl rings.
Exactly. And no, Eli Manning is not just a guy. Just a guy.
Eli Manning is just a guy who beat Tom Brady in the Super Bowl twice.
Yeah. Just a guy doesn't make those throws that he made to beat the.
Yep. Yeah, I mean Kirk is basically God. Who can
Eli as good as his brother? No. But he's more than just a guy.
Oh, Peyton's better than their dad. I mean, come on.
Yeah. I don't know. No, I'm sorry, but the Vikings.
Here's the thing: if
they would have been benched by week 3 of the next season, if he was.
Here's the thing: if they don't sign Kirk, and this is the way Zimmer's coaching, they would have kept both Case, and they would have definitely kept Teddy Bridgewater. Definitely, because that was who
Yeah.
Zimmer wanted to run with. And he was, I mean, you put Kirk in that locker room and that tore apart that locker room. Because at that time, Kirk was known as a garbage quarterback all through the league.
I will say though, if Cousins is the quarterback of the 2017 team, does the miracle happen? I don't think so. But are they in position if Cousins is the quarterback? That's not, that's another thing.
But here's the thing, though. That 2018 team that Kirk had was basically the 2017 team.
I don't think the defense played as well.
Well, no, because that was the year Everson Griffin got suspended. They kicked him off the team, and then they brought him back. He was never the same after that. And they didn't get the defensive players because, you remember, what's his name? Zimmer wanted to sign Sheldon Richardson big time, and they ended up signing him, but not for his. I mean, Zimmer wanted to give him he wanted to give him like Kirk Cousins money.
Yeah, I am too, George. Even if the Vikings aren't very good this year, which I think they will be, the future
is bright.
When was the last time we were positive about the future?
I haven't been positive about this team in a few years.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I haven't been this optimistic about the Vikings since probably the 80s, 90s at least.
Well, and I mean, even after giving JG that big contract, we still have like money to spend.
Yeah, and we're gonna have more next year. That's the whole thing. So even though we don't have draft choices, we can still get some proven veterans now. Yeah. To get those proven veterans, they have to buy into KOC. And I said this before, players talk. So if there's anything that is said about KOC that doesn't sound good, they might have a hard time getting free agents.
Yeah, but it doesn't sound that way, though, because it sounds like the players are really bought into KOC.
On offense.
They got
because, I mean, they all voted him. He was the second highest rated coach after Andy Reid.
Who put that together?
His players voted for him.
Well, yeah, nobody's going to vote against him.
Vote up too evil.
No, but I mean, other teams, they didn't get because they other teams. I mean, they didn't vote for their coach like that.
Yeah, if you're Nick Sirianni and your players don't vote for you, you know damn well you're dead man walking.
Well, the Vikings again finished top 2 in that list for best places, worst organizations to work for.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, and
the Chiefs were 1 because of the coaching staff, but the Vikings were like number 1 in facilities and atmosphere and the nutrition and all that. They were number 1 in all that. I think they were 3rd in the coaching, but.
No, they were
this comment right here. Yes, Case had heart, but you also need something called talent.
Yeah, well, Kirk's got talent. Where's the heart?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You need heart. That's what makes Brady. That's what makes the guys like Brady so good. That's what makes the guys like Favre and Rodgers so good. Rodgers may be a fucking asshole, but he's got a heart and he's good. Keenum has heart. If you could put Case Keenum's heart and Kirk Cousins, he'd be a top 3 quarterback.
We'd have won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But instead, we got friggin' Steve Dills 2.0.
Hey, you leave Steve Dills out of this conversation.
That's why I feel like our new franchise quarterback that we drafted, he's got heart and talent. Like people, like I don't understand why people keep saying like he can't throw the ball because like when I went to go look, yeah, he didn't throw much at Michigan, but when I looked at his like high school tapes, he threw the ball a lot. So
who's that?
IMG throws the ball all over the place.
Yeah, and so I mean, yeah, I understand it's high school, but it doesn't change the fact that he was throwing the ball a lot. And
well, he did what the offense asked him to do.
What?
Harbaugh asked him not to throw a lot.
Yeah, and so like just this like just this narrative on him that he never threw the ball because he can't throw the ball, and it's kind of like that's kind of bullshit because
You know
if
what
you look
Harbaugh?
at
This
his
is what
high
Harbaugh
school
did.
tapes, he threw the
But
ball
you know
a
who
lot.
else couldn't throw the ball? Lamar Jackson.
Here's what teams need to do. This is what I hope KOC does this. You put in an offense and plays that work best to JJ's strengths.
Yep.
That's what I hope. Here's what I've heard about the Vikings. I've heard the Vikings have like the hardest offensive playbook to learn.
Yes.
I'm like, okay, you're going to give a rookie quarterback that much to deal with that?
Because it's the Rams offense, so obviously the Rams offense is also hard, but yeah. But to address this comment right here, Case Keenum had one good year. He's always been a backup. He'll never be a starting quarterback. He had one good year where he caught lightning in the bottle. He is not an NFL caliber starting quarterback. He is a backup. So we can all stop with this narrative about Case Keenum being good.
What is an NFL caliber quarterback?
Well, he's not a starter. Kirk Cousins may not be.
Okay, you know what? He must be.
Kirk Cousins may not be a championship quarterback, but he's an NFL starter.
Say what you want.
If you put Case Keenum and Kirk Cousins on the same team, Kirk Cousins is going to be the starting quarterback every time. You put
and you know what? That team's not going to do shit.
Right, with either quarterback.
I think they do more with Case.
Okay, so what did Case do before that year, 2017? Nothing.
He was a career backup.
What has he done after that? Nothing.
Still a backup. It only takes 1 year.
You're acting like Case Keenum is. If Case Keenum was the quarterback that he was in 27, he'd be a starting quarterback.
But in the same breath catch, everybody's acting like Kirk Cousins was the greatest motherfucker to ever walk on a football field and throw the football.
I am not saying
They've got him compared to Johnny Unitas, for God's sakes.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that people are comparing. That's what people are doing with Case Keenum. They're saying that he is a starting NFL top quarterback because he had that one great year in 2017.
Well, he's okay. Here's the thing. With a lot of NFL coaches, it's really not your ability, it's who you know. But if you can stick around in the league and still be a backup and still get that.
Well, I mean, Chase Daniels had a great NFL quarterback. He had a great NFL career.
Chad Henne did too.
But he was not. But he's not a. People think that the Vikings would have had the same exact season. They would have played exactly the same. They would have the same exact result if Case Keenum was the quarterback the next year. The
thing with if they have kept Case, you would have had that team from the year before at every position. And guess what? That would have been a rallying cry for that team to finish what they did the year before. But instead, management put it in everybody's head. They were a quarterback away. And this is Rick Spielman's call, not Zimmer. Give Zimmer credit. Zimmer knew he was going to lose his job over this bullshit. And guess what? He was right.
Well, I mean,
you could look at Kirk Cousins. He was not going to put you over the top. And I'll tell you what, when they got him that first year and he had those games where he looked lost, that should have been your fucking answer right there to not resign, do not extend him. You had your answers, but you extended him not once but twice. That's on you.
Right. Well, no, I am. Like I said, I'm not saying that Cousins is the answer. I'm not saying Cousins is the greatest quarterback ever. I'm just saying that people act like Case Keenum is a Hall of Fame quarterback because he had that one great year in 2017.
I'm not acting like Case is a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Zimmer, if you listen to every Zimmer interview, so how long is Case Keenum going to be your starter? I don't know.
He would have. If your name wasn't Teddy, he was going to say that.
Yeah, but I think the thing people are bringing up is because they appreciate that with Keenum.
Oh, I appreciate Case Keenum.
He was able to do more in that year than what Kirk has been able to do in 6 years, and that's why people keep bringing it up because
in
all the 6 years that Kirk spent here, he hasn't done shit except for have a lot of nice stats.
Case Keenum won one playoff game.
So did Kirk, and he was here longer.
Right, but I'm just saying, you all act like people act like
Yeah, but
Case Keenum won
the
like
thing
4
was,
playoff games.
he made it one playoff game, but he still went further in the playoffs than Kirk.
If you know what they're looking at, Catch, this is what they're looking at. You saw 6 years of Kirk, okay? You got 1 year of Case, but in that 1 year of Case, you saw a competitive little motherfucker that wanted to win football games, not a passive guy who was getting paid guaranteed money to get up in the presser and say, well, I really have to look at the film and see what we did wrong. And Case was at the place every day. Kirk took days off.
And the thing was, Case didn't check down that last play to Diggs. With the season on the line, Case threw that ball to his best player to give him a chance to win the game. That's what he did.
I already said.
We can debate about it all we want, but that's what happened. He knew
to
throw the ball to Diggs. Kirk fucking checked the ball to Hawkinson with short of the sticks. And no matter what, if the defender was coming at Kirk, whatever, the fact of the matter is, one guy knew with the season on the line, you throw the ball to your best damn player and let him make a play, and one guy took the safe route.
Actually, Keenum didn't even know who he was throwing it to. He just said he's going to throw it to somebody and give him a chance. He just threw to a purple jersey. But I already said earlier, Kirk Cousins does not make that throw. But is the game different with Cousins as a quarterback? Is my whole thing, because Keenum threw across the interception in that game as well.
Well, and then the defense,
and the whole NFL,
Zimmer's defense in that game got exposed too.
Exactly, and then the next week against the Eagles, Case Keenum threw that pick, and he turned into Case. He turned into a career backup quarterback. He played like shit the whole rest of the game.
Yeah, but I mean, so
that was all across the board, though.
Right, and the team lost confidence after that pick six too, as well. So I'm just saying, I understand what that year Case Keenum gave us. I appreciate that year that Case Keenum. I appreciate the Diggs catch. I appreciate, even though Diggs is a fucking major ass diva, I understand it. I appreciate all that, but people are acting like that if Case Keenum was our starting quarterback, the Vikings would have won Super Bowl.
Okay, put it this way, Catch. How much of a head case was Kirk if Adam Thielen is yelling at him on the sideline? When you've got a calm player like Adam Thielen, he snaps on you on the sideline, that tells you right there that chemistry, there is no chemistry. Something's wrong. Just that right there. Adam, for as laid back as he was, never snapped on Case when it was bad, never snapped on Teddy, never snapped on Brad. Even when the passes were bad, they talked it out. He literally snapped on Kirk. And he wasn't the only one to snap on Kirk. What does that tell you?
I get that. I am not saying, and I'm saying that the Kirk Cousins signing was a disaster. I am not saying that. But when people say we should have kept Keenum, maybe, as a backup, not as a starter. People wanted to keep him as a starter. Case Keenum is not a starter. He wasn't even a starter that year. He only played because Bradford.
Well, we got a starter, and we got a starting quarterback, and look what it got us.
Right, I know. I'm saying it was a mistake, but I'm saying if you ask any GM, would they have Kirk Cousins as a starter or Case Keenum? Every one of them is going to say Cousins.
I'm sure they would, but then you get the ones that are smart, and they'll be like, you know what? I'll hold on to Case and draft a quarterback.
I don't know. I mean, Case Keenum really has not played since he left Minnesota.
Well, now he's backing up.
Yeah, but he would have been a cheaper option, and you could have built the defense.
Yeah.
We got to give a shout out to George, man.
But we chose instead to pay this overrated quarterback that didn't do anything but get nice stats for him. And our defense went to shit because we couldn't pay them and we had to let them go.
Yeah, George.
Yeah,
sorry,
and
I just lost mine too, so I understand what that feels like.
Oh, sorry, George. Yeah. Sorry.
I am not a Case hater. I just know what Case Keenum is. He's a career backup quarterback who caught lightning in a bottle, and people are acting like he's fucking Joe Montana.
No,
Well-
but we're always gonna be like, well, he went further than Kirk because he did.
No, they both won one playoff game. One happened to be a wild card, one happened to be the divisional, but they both only won.
Yeah,
one
but it don't
playoff game.
matter. The fact is that he got to an NFC Championship game, and Kirk didn't. And Kirk cost what 3-4 times as much as he did.
But what I'm saying though is it's still one playoff win. It's not like Keenan won 3 or 4 playoff games to get the Vikings there. It's still one playoff
But Keenan
game.
did.
And it took a miracle for him to win that game.
Miracle or not, Keenum did more in 1 year than Kirk did in 6 years.
No, but what I'm saying though is, he went
but
farther.
I
He
mean,
still
but
won one
see,
playoff game.
Kirk was put in the same position as Keenan with the game on the line. What did he do? He checked the goddamn ball down.
She's got a point.
Well, yeah. I mean, 1-0. Like he had, what was it? 0.2 seconds to throw.
Kirk, put it this way: Kirk was not going to take chances.
He wasn't.
He was not the type of quarterback to take chances. I'm sorry. You can be as great as you want, but if you're not going to take a chance every now and then, I don't want nothing to do with
Which is
you.
what I don't like Cousins.
And you know the reason why he took that chance in Buffalo was because he knew it was a regular season game. If we lost, there's always a game next week. So it's like whatever.
Yeah, but I mean,
But
blame
that
that goes back to did Cousins make the right play on that 4th and 8? No. Did Kevin O'Connell call the right play on that 4th and 8? No.
You know what though?
But here's the
And
thing,
that-
though.
No,
and
but
that
I
fucking
blame
The
Kirk more
fucking
than
defense couldn't stop a goddamn high school
I
team
blame
that day.
Kirk more than KOC though, because you are the one that's directing your offense. So who cares what the fucking call is? It's 4th and 8. Your season's on the line.
And if
We'll
Cousins,
fucking throw
and
it
if-
short of the
okay.
sticks.
So here's where Cousins doesn't win, though, because if Cousins throws the ball to Justin Jefferson and it gets picked, people will be saying, "Oh, Cousins threw a fucking pick when the game was on the line."
No, people would
Tell me I'm
rather
wrong.
see.
I'm
no,
not wrong.
people would rather see him try
I don't
and
think
give
so.
his best player a chance
I don't
than
think
for
so.
him to check down the ball.
I don't think so, Sarah. I think people, if he throws up the triple coverage to JJ, oh, what the fuck is he doing throwing it to triple
You know what,
coverage
though?
to JJ?
Catch, in all honesty, I would have appreciated him more throwing it in the triple coverage.
We
Right.
would. Yeah, us three would.
At least he's showing me he wanted to win.
But what I'm saying, people will be like, "Oh, TJ Hawkinson was wide open. Why the hell did he throw it to JJ?"
Okay, and those are the same ones that think Kirk walks on water.
And those are the same ones who like. But some of those same people are blaming Kirk Cousins for throwing it to 3 yards. You know, like it. People, there's certain. I would probably say a good portion of the Vikings fan base. It doesn't matter what they do. They obey. If Kirk Cousins throws it to TJ Hawkinson when it's 4th and 8, he throws it 3 yards. Oh, why the fuck did he throw it 3 yards, right? Kirk Cousins throws in the triple coverage. It gets picked off. Oh, why the hell did he throw it into triple coverage with TJ Hawkinson?
Actually, if they're Kirk stands, it's everybody's fault but Kirk.
Right. No, Kirk. Kirk. I agree. I think Kirk should have thrown it to JJ. But Kirk wasn't the reason they lost that game. The defense was the reason.
Well, there was a multitude of reasons, but you know what? Kirk didn't help the case.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that Kirk was the reason. It's just I want to see from my quarterback with the game on the line for him to like give a shit and just give his player a chance. He didn't even do that, and so
We
it's
agree.
like, what's the point?
We agree with that, George. But hindsight's always 20/20. Everybody, I would say 90% of people, 99 would say that signing Kirk Cousins after the 2017 season was the right thing to do. So you can't really kill the Vikings. I won't kill the Vikings. You can. I won't kill them for signing Kirk Cousins. What you can kill them for is the 2 extensions.
Here's the thing. Once you saw in 2018 as an organization, you were not going to win with Kirk. You had every clue that it was not going to work.
They should
You
have
should
drafted.
You should have knew right then and there to not extend him, but he wins one playoff game, and typical Will
That's what
fashion,
That's
they
what saved him.
extend him.
Think about that. If the Vikings don't win that playoff game, Cousins is gone, Zimmer is gone, Kevin Stefanski's their head coach.
Yeah.
Who knows who our quarterback is? But at least
we would have drafted a quarterback, one of those 2020 quarterbacks, which was Herbert
and George. I think we can all agree with that.
He didn't have the it factor coming out of college. He didn't even have it in college.
But yeah, he was like a roach. You couldn't kill him in college. He always beat out everybody.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. Kirk is worried about somebody looking over his shoulder. Whose shoulder was he looking over when he was in Washington's? RG3.
Yeah. If RG3 doesn't get Cousins replaced RG3 even when he wasn't hurt. So.
And that's because he had a falling out with the coach.
Did he and
wasn't Shanahan?
No, not Shanahan. Jay Gruden.
No. Jay Gruden hates Cousins.
Jay Gruden and RG3, weren't they going at each other?
No, it was Shanahan.
Shanahan.
It was Shanahan. Jay Gruden did not like Kirk Cousins.
It was the dad Shanahan too, wasn't it? Or was it
it was the dad Shanahan, yeah.
Yeah.
It was but what's his name did not like Kirk Cousins. It was Jay Gruden.
Mike Shanahan, right? Is that the dad or is that the
Yep,
Mike Shanahan. No, it was Mike and Kyle. Mike Shanahan, yeah.
Kyle's the head coach of the 49ers.
Mike
is
the dad.
Yeah, Mike
is
Shanahan was the one who did not like RG.
I think that was his last gig was the Redskins.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Jay Gruden does not like Cousins at all. He had nothing nice to say about Kirk Cousins. And here's the thing, a lot of people in the NFL don't have a lot of nice things to say about Cousins. The only ones that talk about Cousins are the national media, and they're looking at the numbers. They ain't looking at how he plays. They're not looking at how the team rallies around him. They're looking at his numbers.
I just didn't appreciate the fact that, like, when he was with us, they have Kirk, so they ain't going to do nothing. Now that Atlanta has Kirk, they're Super Bowl contenders. Like,
you know what?
And I can tell you right now, Atlanta's not going anywhere without a pass rush.
And I was just kind of, I'm sorry, but, Kirk had better weapons in Minnesota than Atlanta, okay? And he couldn't do shit with our weapons. What makes you think he's going to do better with those weapons? I'm sorry.
He's not. And here's
all I got to say is the last time that we had a number 9 for quarterback, we were pretty damn good.
The last time we had a number 9 for quarterback was Brooks Bollinger.
No, I'm talking like a Brooks Bollinger wasn't a serious quarterback. I'm saying the last time that we had a first-round pick, a good pick for a quarterback, he wore number 9.
Yeah, he was also a drunk.
Hey, I don't care. He's a functioning drunk. As long as he gets the job done, who cares?
I mean, he played his best ball when he was drunk, so fuck it. Yeah, he was. They had him go to rehab, and it all fell apart.
They tried to make me go to rehab, and I said no. No,
but I see like that drive in McCarthy though.
And they're not pushing him to be the starter. That's a good thing. They're not pushing him to be the starter.
I can tell you one thing. We ain't got to worry about having a soft quarterback anymore.
Oh yeah, because he played hockey, so
he played hockey until his sophomore year in high school.
He may try to take on some players. I ain't lying.
Yeah,
he might try to run over a couple of linebackers.
Well, that's why, like, when they kept comparing Drake May to Josh Allen, I'm kind of like, I don't see that. I see McCarthy more as a Josh Allen than a Drake.
I mean,
he's scared. I'm worried he might be more of a Joe Cap with a better arm.
I think the only way McCarthy plays this year is if Darnold gets hurt or if he's really bad.
Or he keeps seeing ghosts.
No, Darnold ain't gonna. I think Darnold, with what he was being coached with, I mean, he was probably seeing spirits.
And I mean, like I said, I don't mind if we have like a mediocre season with Darnold because he only costs $10 million.
Right.
No. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
What I have a problem with is paying a quarterback a shit ton of money and having a mediocre season, you know. And
Well, a
so
lot of NFL teams are going through that right now.
yeah, you know, and I'm glad we finally got ourselves out of that jail, you know.
JJ, you're still awake?
Well, it's Friday night.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's summertime.
Hey, JJ, I saw your shroot. I'm talking like I'm on shrooms. JJ, I saw your shoes. Those are fucking awesome, buddy. Excuse me, those are freaking awesome, buddy. Yeah, we appreciate you. We appreciate you.
Thanks for coming on, JJ.
You're doing some good content, man. You got to get
Does
better
your-
at throwing that football through the tire, though,
Does
buddy.
your mom know you're awake, JJ? It's like 1 a.m. there.
It's Friday.
It's Friday.
I didn't
It's
have
Friday.
I
It's
didn't have-
Friday and it's summertime.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh.
school's out.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's summer.
Yep, school's
Dallas
out.
Cooper,
So.
you know?
I can't tell because it's been raining for a whole month here.
Which is unusual for Minnesota in June to get this much rain. And it's supposed to rain tomorrow all the way up till Sunday.
I saw the weather thing today. You know how they have like a low, like when it's cooler, the bar doesn't go up as high, and then it just goes up the hotter it gets.
Yeah.
I saw Monday. I'm like, oh, it's not good because the bar was so low. I'm like, oh, it's not going to be that hot. Then I looked at the temperature. It was 92.
What is it going to be?
For me, it's 92. But
Ew.
it went like this. The bar was right here.
Yeah.
And the rest of the week was like went up like this. So 92 was the low bar.
Oh, jeez. Have fun.
Oh, thank you, George.
Oh, thanks, George. California's already got like.
Oh, by the way, any money that you donate to this channel, Yogi uses it to buy stuff for giveaways on the channel.
Does it get humid? Is it humid in Texas?
Not compared to Florida.
Cause see, like I like California because like they're hot. It's just scorching
like-
hot.
it's
It's
like-
not humid hot.
It's desert hot,
Yeah.
like in Vegas.
I'm in San Antonio, so it's mostly desert hot. But there are times where it does get like we're getting that Alberta right now.
Florida's muggy as hell because of all the swamps.
Yeah, Florida is you literally walk from your front door to your car out to get something. You come back in, you're covered in sweat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more of a dry heat in Texas than it is in Florida.
Yeah, we don't. We get humidity, and even that can be a bitch. But
Yeah,
when we get 90, we don't get like that. We get kind of like that sticky humidity, sticky heat.
yeah.
But then when the temperature drops, oh my god, it drops.
So the nights here, our nights are 72, 73 degrees, and the days are 90. So there's like a 20-degree difference between the day and night.
Okay, what were we, Sarah? Weren't we like 59 the other night?
Yep.
Yeah, we were like 59, 55. I mean, I was kind of like, wow, this is like fall weather.
Yeah, I mean, our weather is so bipolar. You can never put away your winter clothes.
Mm-mm. That's why everybody keeps their hoodies out every year round. It's always hoodie weather.
My hoodies are
Minnesota.
in the. I'm really goddamn.
By the way, did you guys see those? Did you guys see those whiteout hoodies that the Vikings put out?
The Twins are fucking pathetic.
Well, yeah, they have no pitching catch.
Fucking lose to the fucking A's.
What? The Twins?
How bad?
They had a 5 to fucking they had a 5. They were leading 5-4 and he gave up a 2-run home run in the bottom of the 8th and they couldn't do nothing. They've lost 3 in a row.
Yeah, they were doing so well.
Twice
God damn.
Tampa, who's in last in the East.
They are
lost to the
the
A's.
Twins are a roller coaster.
Talk about bipolar.
Yeah, they are. The Twins will put together like a 6-game winning streak, turn around and lose in 7 straight.
They
Then
lost
no-
that one pitcher.
One of the pitcher, yeah,
Sonny something.
Sonny Gray.
Sonny Gray.
They definitely need an ace, and they definitely need an ace, and they need a second baseman.
No, you know what they need? They need a new manager.
He's too analytical.
Yeah, they need a new manager.
I've never been to San Diego. I didn't know San Diego was humidity because everybody talks about how good San Diego, the weather is in San Diego.
It's by the ocean. Yeah, I made a mistake years ago. I went to Vegas for 4th of July weekend. Oh my God. Never do that again.
Oh, I don't go to Vegas until like the fall, like in like during like November to February. That's when I go to Vegas.
Yeah, Texas gets hot, especially the part of Texas I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
But Phoenix, I think, still gets a little bit hotter. Because we did have days last year where it was 114 degrees.
Yeah, see, what'll happen is we'll probably get like we'll have like our Indian summer, as they call it. We might get some 80s in September, but then by like the middle of September, it's down to 60, 50 and 60.
Yep.
And we'll probably get a frost by the first week in October.
Yeah, our summers here are short.
Yeah.
Our winters are short.
Our winters are freaking long.
Our winters last forever.
It's about 6 months.
Yeah, they last forever here. It's like it starts in October and ends in April.
April, May, if you're not lucky.
We've had snow in June.
Yep.
We've had times where it's 97, 98 in May.
Where did you get affected in your part of Texas when you guys had that ice storm?
Yes. They were doing rolling blackouts with the electricity. Our electricity would come on for 30 seconds and be off for like 5 hours. Come back around, be on for 30 seconds, and then be back up.
Oh my God.
The problem with Texas is, especially with the electric company, is that they don't have there's competition, so like most places you only have one electric company, whatever like that.
Yeah.
Thing about Texas is that the major area, CPS is the major power company here. They the problem is they have all of the they don't have like there's no regulation of like if you have 3 or 4 different power companies, you have like the state regulates and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So they have the advantage of being the only electric company, and they don't have the state regulations.
So basically, to the highest bidder, and they don't have to do
And so basically, they didn't winterize any of their stuff after being told you guys need to winterize, and they never winterized it. But there's no state pushback. So, but now there is after what happened.
Well, yeah. Now the state's gonna, because of what happened.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to change some things.
Do you think, because you know how they want to bring 2 expansion teams to the NBA, to Seattle and Las Vegas?
Seattle, if they do bring when the NBA does expand, Seattle will be the team that gets the first team.
Yeah, but I mean, like, how would then? Because then, wouldn't they have to move some teams to the East Conference?
Probably move the Timberwolves to the East.
The Pelicans and the Timberwolves are probably the 2 teams that have moved to the East.
Timberwolves will probably move to the East. Yeah.
Maybe the Grizzlies, but it'll be one of those 3 teams.
Oh yeah, it would probably.
It'll be 2 of those 3 teams that move.
Wait a minute, isn't Vancouver close to Seattle though?
There's no basketball team in Vancouver.
Memphis.
Yeah.
They used to be the Vancouver Grizzlies.
They used to be Vancouver, yeah. Yeah, I know where Georgetown is, yeah. Austin is great for food, but it's not. Austin is very different than any city in Texas. I'll leave it at that.
You make it sound like a foreign country.
It is.
I think much. Texas is.
Austin is a different city than any other city in Texas.
Why?
It's not even close.
Why? What's wrong with it?
It's in mini California.
What is
Like
that?
like the yeah.
Liberal? Is that what
Austin,
you mean?
Austin is the San Francisco of Texas. Austin is by far and away the most liberal city in Texas, but it's not like the it's like the way left.
So it's a
Like,
liberal city in a deep conservative state.
but the that's not the if you can be a liberal city. The issue is it's way liberal. Like they had the same homeless problem that like Los Angeles has, like California has. There's just like tents everywhere. Like there's like a median in a road. Like there's a road go this way, road this way that have a grass median in it.
Yeah.
There'll be like 5 tents in that median.
We had that here for a
Right.
minute.
And then we used to live in Austin. I was driving my wife to work one day, and underneath the overpass, there's a huge overpass to where they closed the underneath. It used to be a thoroughway, but they redid stuff, so they closed it, but part of it's still open. Huge homeless encampment there. Literally, there was two ladies on the side of the road. Now, granted, it was in the middle of summer. Two homeless ladies just sitting there talking, just like topless. Cop behind us didn't do nothing, you know. And they keep it's really weird too. But the food is great. The music is great. I just wouldn't want to live there because like I'm in San Antonio, which is a little too conservative for me. But like if like they're like if there's like a homeless encampment, the city comes through and cleans them out because there's actually places in San Antonio for like homeless people to go. They just don't go.
See, that's the problem we got here. We've got places for them to go to,
Right.
but there are some of them they don't want the help. They would rather be homeless.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, well, what are you supposed to do with them? I mean, you offer them the help and they don't take it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I was homeless. I wanted to help, but there are certain ones that they would rather be homeless, live in a tent, pack up their tent, move it to another part of town, and keep doing it. You
But
know?
the thing about it is here is that if they move you enough, you actually because the cops, even though San Antonio is a huge city, the police officers know who like the homeless people are. So if they arrest you, they'll eventually arrest you uh, if you keep coming back to the same spot, or if you keep
That's why a lot of them move around.
What San Antonio did though is mostly if you go to San Antonio, not so much the area where I live in, but like the other side of town, as they say, the the underpasses. Texas to San Antonio, they got like these diamond shaped things, and they're spread like 4 inches apart from each other, and there's like 40 or 50 of them, so you can't actually go on the overcast, and there's a chain link fence and stuff around it too, so you can climb the fence, but once you climb the fence, you have all these little diamond shaped things you can't even lay. So because they actually charge us. We actually raise taxes in the city to give the homeless people a place to go, and they just won't go.
We had
So some of them did go. There's
But I
actually
think a lot of them,
there's this development where they built tiny homes for homeless people.
But a lot of them, I think they do like drugs and all that they don't
a
want.
lot of them got a dependency of some sort. We even had one here, Minneapolis. What they did was it was either an old hotel or something, so they used it to put homeless people in when it was cold, and they trashed it.
Yeah.
They literally trashed it. And it was kind of like, so, like I said, a lot of them just don't give a damn.
Right, and I tell people this all the time. I say some people choose to be homeless, and people look at me like my face is falling off.
No, it's very true.
Some people choose to be homeless.
Take it from someone who was homeless.
Yeah,
there is a bunch of them that would rather stay homeless, and they call it living off the radar.
Yeah,
they would rather be homeless than have a stable living environment because I don't know what it is, but
and then when you're on programs to help you there's things you have to meet requirements that they don't want to.
Yeah. And with a lot of them, it's either drugs or alcohol. You can't do them.
Now, if someone is mentally ill, I totally, we need to get that person the help they need, because it's like there are some people, because I hear them, like they'll be, because there's railroad tracks like 3 or 4 blocks from my house,
Mm-hmm.
and with all the interstates and everything like that, everything echoes. So you can tell the ones who are like mentally ill because they'll just sit there and yell at the wind,
Yeah.
and they're homeless. So those, I say, yes, let's get them help. Let's help them out because they probably have no family to help them. That's probably why they're homeless and stuff like that.
But then
But
the
the ones
problem
who
with
are
that is,
the ones who are on drugs,
yeah,
I don't have sympathy for you because you're the one who chose to start doing the drugs.
even the ones with the mental illness, they won't take their meds.
Well, they need, because a lot of people who are mental ill, they need someone there.
They have to be watched.
Yeah, it's time to take your meds. They don't have like a loved one telling them, "Hey, it's time to take your meds."
They don't. I mean, it's sad. I mean, it can happen to anybody, and I'm proof of it. I mean,
Well, I've always said we are all just one bad luck away from being homeless.
and I had my bad luck. I did. I had mine. It hit me when we had the recession. I lost my job.
Yeah.
And that was the downward spiral. But I wasn't gonna. You know what? I was like, I'm gonna get as much help as I can, so I took advantage of it.
Yeah.
That's the big thing, George. Is politicians don't care.
No, they don't care.
They act like they do, but they don't care.
Yeah, they don't care.
I mean, and that's the thing. It's like we have these public programs so that when you hit rock bottom, they're there to help you, but they're not there for you to live off. They're there to help you to get back on your feet.
Yeah, it's a hand up, not a handout.
Mm-hmm. Well, then, and also, it depends on where you live too. Luckily, I was in Minneapolis. Minneapolis has more resources than St. Paul.
Yeah.
So I was lucky there, which is why I'm still in Minneapolis.
San Antonio has more resources than Austin because San Antonio is a very Catholic city. And I will tell you what, you can say what you want about the Catholics, but when you need help and you go to the Catholic Church, those fuckers help you.
That's who helped me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can say what you want about the Catholics and the preachers doing all that shit with the kids. You can say you don't like religion. You can say all this. But when it comes to needing help, Catholic churches are by far and away the best place.
And I always tell people this: there's good in everything in every subject, but all it takes is a few bad apples to change your perception of it. I don't unless I can tell somebody's on some evil bullshit, or if they do it to me personally, then I make my decision. But if I got a feeling a bad vibe off you, I stay away from you. I'm not gonna fuck with you.
Yeah.
But
I wouldn't say I was homeless, but my mom and stepdad got a divorce, and I was staying with them because I broke up with my girlfriend, so I moved in with them, but then they broke up. But the reason I wasn't truly homeless was because I had a pop-up camper, and then we just I rented space at it like a campground. I was quote unquote homeless, but I wasn't like homeless. But it was only for like 2 months because I got my own. I was just looking for a place after that. So I found my own place. But yeah, being truly homeless, I've never been that way.
I actually went through some BS, and I was going through a lot of BS with where I was living. It was bad. And I said to hell with it, and I left. Well, I ended up in downtown Minneapolis, and I hadn't been sleeping much, even where I was living. The best night of sleep I had up until then was the night that I slept under a bridge in downtown Minneapolis. I slept under an overpass, and that was like the best night of sleep I had had in a long time.
Well, because you probably had less worries at that point.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot of stress, but once I woke up, I found a place to go. It was like a shelter.
Yeah.
And I just asked and did the whole.
That's the thing.
And
ask. A lot of these homeless people are too proud to ask.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of them that I noticed, they've got some sort of vice. Either they drugs or alcohol.
Well, California, I think it might be a little bit different because California is so fucking expensive. So, like, they did interviews with people who are homeless, and they're like, "I don't want to be homeless, but I can't afford that. I can't afford I can't afford to move, and I can't afford a place to rent. So I'm stuck.
Yeah, you're stuck.
I don't do drugs. I have a job. You know, it's just that California is just so goddamn expensive now that regular people cannot survive.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
here in Texas, my wife and I were looking at a house because we were looking to buy a house. 1.2 acres, 2,200 square feet, 3-bedroom house for $199.
Where?
Texas, San Antonio.
Okay.
It's not in the best part of town, but it's also not in the worst part of town either. So, you know, but then you got that same house in California, even if it's in the really bad area, it's probably like $400,000. You know, like 1-bedroom apartments are going. Like, I have a friend of mine who's lived in California his whole life. He just moved 4 months ago because he can't afford to live it. He said he was living in a 1-bedroom apartment, 750 square feet, and he was paying $2,200 a month.
I've heard of efficiencies in parts of San Francisco, in parts of California, like San Francisco. They're like 1,500 and up.
Yeah, when I went to go visit my niece, she was in Venice Beach, and she had a 2-bedroom apartment. Her rent was like $4,000 something a month.
Yeah, like right now, I live in an upper middle class. You know, the zip code I live in San Antonio is considered old money. You know that every big city has that part of the town where it's not as wealthy as it used to be, but it's still up there. You know, it's like the old money. So that's pretty much where we're at now. And we have a 3-bedroom apartment. It's probably 1,100 square feet. We have a backyard, and we're paying $1,400. When we lived in Florida, if we had the same apartment, it would be $4,000 to $5,000 a month easily.
Yeah, I'm right now in a 1-bedroom apartment, which is perfect for me. I don't need a lot.
Hey Tony, I forgot to ask you. Did you were you close to by where that officer got shot and killed?
Yeah, I'm like 2 blocks away.
Oh yeah, because I was like, I wonder if that's like Tony's neighborhood, because I remember seeing it on the news.
Yeah, I'm.
Hey, Mom, I thought you were going to bed.
I'm literally 2 blocks away.
Like, I didn't really understand the story. Like, what happened? Like, this guy just went into an apartment building and started shooting?
He was okay. For those that don't know, I'm just going to be point blank honest about it. We have some problems with the Somalian community, especially if you're African American. They don't like African Americans.
They don't like
the guy that was shooting was Somalian.
Oh, was he?
And the guy that was, and the people he was shooting were black folks. And he played possum with the cop that he killed. The cop went to help him, and it would just happen to be a black cop, and he shot him at point blank range.
Crazy.
Yeah. I have not seen them identify the shooter, though.
Yeah, they said his name, but they didn't make it public. It was Somalian.
Because if it was someone who looked like me, he'd be out on the news in 2 seconds.
You know why they didn't? Okay. They didn't make his name public because there is that tension going on here in the Twin Cities between Somalians and black folks.
Well, it's like the one. I'm saying shooting somebody like that anyway. It doesn't matter what color you are. It's wrong. You shouldn't do it. But
he went on a rampage.
But if, by the way, the media said, you could tell the person is not a straight white guy if they don't release the mugshot within like 30 seconds. By the way the media acts, because for some reason the media loves to sow the tension. So I don't know what's going on, but it's like, I don't care who you are. If you fucking shoot that many people, your face and name needs to get put on the news. I don't care. I don't care if you're gay, if you're if you're whatever religion you are, whatever color you are, I don't care. You shoot that many people, your face needs to get plastered all over the place.
They made his name briefly public. It was brief, and when I say brief,
Like
I
He was
found
shot
it
and
to-
killed, though, right?
yeah, they finally killed him, but he has shot like 6 people.
I know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You shoot that many people. I don't care what you look like, what your religion is, what the hell you do for a living.
And the only reason I found that out is because I'm friends with the former police officer.
Yeah.
And he gave me the info.
Well,
He
but
was-
I mean, there's been like a lot of crimes involving like the Somali community, though. Like, I mean, especially the teens.
Oh, they're off the chain. They
yeah.
are off the chain over here.
Wow.
Yeah, they are off the chain over here. They got their little crew. They got their own crew.
Did you see what George just said?
Yeah, you didn't hear about that?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that made that they're talking about that here because she's got connections to the Twin Cities.
Wow.
Like, what
Yeah.
is she doing? Dealing meth?
Yeah, and she's a mayor.
What the hell?
Yep.
In what city?
Oakland.
Oakland.
That Oakland mayor? The
Yeah.
one who's gonna let the A's walk?
She's Hmong.
Wow.
Yep. And she's connected to the Twin Cities. Yeah, that's where a lot of them relocated, George. They left Minnesota to go
Wow, I
to.
didn't even- I
They're
didn't- I
still
don't pay
leaving
attention
Minnesota
the
to go to the west.
I don't pay attention to the news, so
Well, you need to keep up with these things here, Catch. I mean, me and Sarah can't be your only window to the
News.
outside world.
it's just nobody, hardly anybody reports the truth. They just try to stir the pot.
I wonder, like, somebody must have narked on her, huh?
She probably, you know what? Somebody either narked or somebody was undercover or somebody got busted and rolled.
The owner
bet
of
you
the
somebody
A's
got
ratted her
busted.
out.
Yeah.
The owner of the A's ratted her out.
Well, yeah, he's like, I ain't got a baseball team no more. Fuck it. It's our fault. Yeah, she usually 9 times out of 10 somebody ratted.
And
Yeah.
it's always usually somebody low who rats
Yeah, 'cause-
because they want the big fish.
Right, and they usually, we'll give you 2 years suspense, 2 years sentence suspended.
Well, how
if
is
you
she
behave.
transporting meth up here?
Shipping it. They probably make it here, ship it there, or make it there.
Oakland
ship
has
it here.
got one of the biggest ports
Yeah.
in the world, so they probably send it up the Mississippi to one of the Great Lakes, come out of the Great Lakes, and
They got to go through. They got to go through Canada.
yeah.
Weird.
They got to go through Canada, and then the port that they would come to Minnesota is Duluth.
Yeah.
Duluth is I
So
heard all
she's
kinds of stuff.
triad?
about Duluth.
She's a triad?
They're saying she's a triad.
That's
What?
what George says.
Oh, it is try. You know what it is? They're all in the same network of some sort. Triads do work with the Mexican cartels to import drugs.
Yeah, but triads are Chinese, aren't they? They're not Hmong.
They're not Hmong, but they have the
What-
Asian triad, which
So what is Hmong? Is that like Vietnamese or something?
No, we are like, because we're originally from China, and then the Chinese government, we were living as nomads, and the Chinese government kind of kicked us out, and so we fled from China into like the mountains of Laos, and that's where we originate from. So
she's
we're
from
like,
Laos. Okay.
so you're Laotian, as they call.
no, we're not Laotian, because then we're more like an indigenous kind of group of people. Just
So Laos at one time was part of China, right?
no,
Mm-mm.
no, but Laos, it's like next to China, because we went from the mountains of China into the mountains of Laos, and we lived up in the mountains of Laos.
Oh, so you're
Oh.
mountain people.
Yeah,
Okay.
We're
So
mountain people. That's why I don't know how we ended up in the fucking coldest place in the world.
so Oakland is past Miami, huh?
You know what? Minnesota was probably the biggest place for the Hmong community. They were
Yeah.
the biggest up
Well,
until.
Sarah, isn't that why you're kind of here? Because wasn't your like family part of it? Like,
Yeah, we're here as refugees because we were allies of the U.S. in the Vietnam War.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Yep. And they probably went, and I know because I was a kid, I was young, and right after the war ended, which was 75, they started to come in, and we started getting all these immigrants, and they were coming from Laos,
Yeah, from Southeast Asia.
from Southeast Asia, and by 79, it was, I mean, we were really, I mean,
Yeah, well, that was like the first big wave.
yep. And there was either St. Paul, like right in Midway around there, and then in Minneapolis, they were all over north.
Yep, because when we came, we lived over by Central High School, Marshall.
Oh, you're right off of Lexington there. I know
Yeah.
exactly where you are. Yeah, I lived on Marshall too.
So what brought the Somalians there?
Because
Dearborn has all the Muslims, and Minnesota has all the Somalians.
Because
Wasn't it because of genocide with Rwanda?
Yeah, the Rwanda genocide. They came up here, and we decided.
I understand because
to bring
Somalia doesn't have a functioning government, so I don't know why people would think that Somalians would behave themselves because they don't know how to.
They were being killed over there, and so when they got over here, but then they come over here,
and they act the same way that they did in their homeland,
and they're half-ass ruthless.
Yeah, because they're used to surviving that way.
Right.
They don't realize they don't have to do that here, but it's still beat into them. But they have to. They're thinking that way.
And some of them, they commit crimes, but they get the hell out of Dodge when they commit them.
Yeah.
You know, or
yeah, like there's.
I remember watching a video of the Somalian kids. They actually put it on YouTube. They were going around the Somalian neighborhood, and they were just like, if someone was riding a bike, they would just like push the person over on the bike and just like start beating on the person who was riding the bike. And then they would leave. They'd find the next person to ride the bike, and they would just do the same thing over and over again. And they like put it on YouTube, and I'm like,
they're really the worst place. It used to be over here was over by it was right off of Interstate 94.
Yeah, Cedar, right?
Cedar, right by the U of M, and that place, because there was a bar I used to go to over there called the Triple Rock. They used to have bands over there all the time. Well, it got so bad till I said, I'm not fucking going. I'm going to catch a case if I go over there, because they were off the chain.
Yeah.
You know, I just got to the point where it's like there was.
Well, yeah, you know, and I mean they're still in that area though.
Yeah, they're still the young ones, and they now are starting to populate the jails now too. The ones
well, like what I've noticed being a refugee growing up is like because then I noticed like when we first got here, because I mean, you know, it's like I'm not making excuses, but at the same time it's like you're taking a bunch of people who has never spoken the language, who has no idea of what America is, and you just kind of plop them into it and whatnot. And so it was like there was like a lot of poverty, you know, and so there was like a lot of like a lot of crimes and all that. And I've noticed like as because I mean it happened with our people too, like with the Hmong people when we first came here, you know, and whatnot. But as like the generations grew up, then they're like they started to be more educated and whatnot. That I noticed that the same trend is like happening to like because we have a lot of Karen people here too, and so there's like a lot of Karen people here, a lot of Somali people here, and like all the youths and teens they've been like in a lot of like committing a lot of like just like crimes and stuff, and so they are starting to fill up the jails and whatnot too. And
Oh yeah, they got I mean, like I said, they got their own crews and gangs and everything else. I mean, I was tripping because we had to. Well, in the '90s, the Crips and Bloods got up here. We already had the Disciples and the Vice Lords and what have you. Then all of a sudden, I'm hearing about they've got Asian Crips, Asian Bloods, Asian GDs, Asian Vice Lords. I'm like, when the hell did this happen?
yeah, well, and because like I don't know, I mean, like I think there are still Hmong gangs, but because I'm not exposed to that kind of life, it's not open out there for me to see it, you know.
And only reason I know about it is because when I was homeless in the shelter, there were people that I was with that were part of that life. I had talked to guys who had just got out of prison, and they kind of filled me in as to what was going on. But my God, there's just as many Somali gangs as there is Asian gangs, as there are in Black, White, Native. I mean, it's something. I mean, and just like up in northern Minnesota, they've got like the Native mob, and I was tripping. It's like because they're Native Americans. They've been banned from tribes. I'm like, holy shit, what the fuck is going on? You know. And then we had they had trouble in like years ago. You might remember this, Sarah. Like in Anoka in North Branch, they had a bunch of rednecks running around there calling themselves the All American Boys.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were fucking with everybody. Didn't matter. And so
oh yeah, no, like because one time I remembered we were it was a bunch of us and we were at a bowling alley and these like white kids from like their rednecks, you know, like we were just bowling and they like one of them threw beer at my then boyfriend's friend and was, you know, he threw some beer at him and they were just like cheat-tonging, you know, doing that stupid shit talk, you know.
Yeah.
And so but they didn't realize that the Asian folks from the cities are different from like the adopted Asian folks out in the suburbs.
Yeah.
And so my boyfriend then and his friends, they kicked their ass and whooped their ass and the police came and they went to jail. But I mean, they like
I remember
taught a lesson that the Asian folks down here are not quiet suburban Asian people. They
right.
if you do shit like that to them, I'm like they won't start shit with you, but if you do shit like that to them, they will beat your ass.
Or like a lot of them, like they used to do. They used to. I was a rocker, so they used to screw with me, the little preppy white boys.
Yeah.
They'd either say something or throw something at me or take a swing at me, and then they'd run away as fast as they could. I'm like, okay, you little bitch, whatever. And the worst was East Side white boys. My God. East St. Paul white boys. They were the worst.
Yeah, and the East Side has gotten so terrible though. Ooh.
I won't live on the East Side. I
Yeah.
won't fuck with the East Side. It's
like
bad.
the only way, like I don't like the East Side anymore. You have to go out of it into Maplewood for it to be okay.
Yeah, I'm see. My buddy lives off of BB, and he's considered Maplewood. I think he's right over there by Minnehaha Academy.
Yeah.
And so, but he's, I mean, just to get to his place, and I don't drive, I'd have to take that damn, what is it, 64?
Yep. That's a horrible route.
It is. It is. And I'm like, I'll catch you when I can, bro. You know, but yeah, I mean, we got our own little issues here. I think it's a problem everywhere. You know, that's just what things are nowadays.
Well, yeah, I've noticed like there's been such a huge problem with like teenagers and carjackings now that like I like when I drive now, I just don't ever have my windows rolled down. You know?
You don't drive a Kia, do you?
No.
Okay. my buddy told me this because his Kia got taken right out of his parking spot at his apartment building. There were videos online on YouTube
Uh-huh.
of how to
Yeah.
break into a Kia.
TikTok challenge.
Yeah, they would show literally step by step how to get into a Kia and pop the column and take the Kia. And that was online. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they were called the Kia Boys.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I'm just like, if I'm gonna steal a car, I would not steal a Kia.
Well, they're young, so they'll take anything they can get.
Right.
That's because you live in bumfucked Egypt, Mom. Ain't no one gonna drive out that far to fucking do anything.
See, Carolyn, that's what I have a problem with you white folks. Whenever I watch murder porn, you guys always get murdered, and it's because you don't lock your fucking damn doors.
You know, you'd think they'd watch enough scary movies and know to lock their doors.
For real. I'm like, who doesn't lock their
Well,
fucking
first of all,
doors?
and if they did go in her community, they wouldn't be. And if they did do something in her community, well, the cops are called. They would fucking get lost. They couldn't find their way out because the way the roads were set up in her neighborhood, the fucking cops would find them there.
You know, it's
That's
bad.
like the thing I never understood about white people. I'm sorry, Curtis, but I'm just saying, I don't understand why you guys don't lock your damn doors.
I forget sometimes.
I don't know, like that's just instilled in.
That's
us as
instilled in
white
me.
folks, like,
You
lock your damn doors
you lock your doors, you pull your shades,
and you lock your windows.
and you lock your windows.
That's a perfect for my mom right there.
Cows and aliens.
Oh, I'm sure if they've been to Indian Town, they're like, we ain't coming back here.
Oh my God.
Well, you've seen Smoking the Bandit too, right?
I think I did, yeah.
The end of the movie is Smoking the Bandit 2, when they have the elephant, they're pulling the elephants.
Yeah.
That hotel that they're leaving,
Yeah.
called the Seminole.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was what, 78, 79?
Yeah.
That's where my mom lives. It looks exactly the same today as it did in the 70s. There ain't nothing around it.
Are you serious?
I am serious as a heart attack.
Oh my God. Damn. The place that time forgot.
Yeah. But goddamn, that hotel has a good damn breakfast.
I don't know, like
Oh my God.
living in the country scares me more because I'm like, if I had an emergency, who the fuck am I gonna run to? There's like nobody around.
I did live I lived in a small town. I'll never do it again. It's just I'm a city guy.
Yeah.
It was like, it's nice to get away from the city and like, you know, recharge and everything, maybe there for a week. No.
A weekend.
A weekend. No, I was down there for 4 months. Ain't doing that no more.
No, like, yeah, I mean, we went, I went with my friend and her husband and his friends. We went way up north to Virginia to go hunting. And first of all, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing here? I don't even fucking hunt. But I guess. And so we ended up in Virginia, Minnesota, which is way up north.
I know exactly where it is.
Yeah, and like I'm just like, man, no wonder like people like there's nothing to do up here but like do drugs and drink because there's like, I don't know, I wouldn't be able to survive in a small town. That's all I'm saying.
Well, San Antonio is a huge, huge city. Like, there's over 1 million people who live just in my county. But it's like a small town because everything closes at 9 o'clock at night.
Seriously? Even the
Yes.
bars?
Well, the bars, but I'm talking like the grocery store is closed. Grocery store is closed at 11, but like Like restaurants, so some of them close at 9.
Oh yeah, I've noticed that now.
Gas
too.
stations aren't 24 hours. The gas pumps are open. Like
The pumps are open, but the stores aren't.
the
Like
stores
ever
aren't.
since like COVID,
Yeah, since the
ever since
pandemic.
COVID, all the stores they close like at
Yeah.
9 or like at 11 the latest.
Well,
now.
when I lived in another city, St. Louis Park, I lived right by a Cub Foods. It was open 24/7, so I used to go grocery shopping around midnight because guess what? Nobody's in there.
Yep.
And I can go in there and take my time and get my stuff. And once the pandemic hit, they start closing. Well, then a lot of the places never open back up to 24/7.
Yeah,
I think
I
there's
guess they figured out they didn't really need to be open 24/7.
yeah, I think there's one Cub Foods that's open 24/7 here in Minneapolis. It's
Pretty much the only thing that we have left open 24 hours is like Whataburger. Even the McDonald's closes. Even the Walmart are not open 24 hours anymore.
yeah.
So pretty much Whataburger and Quick Trips are the only things that stay open 24 hours.
Sarah, is that Cub Foods over off of over North Minneapolis? What time does that close?
And 7-Elevens, of course.
Oh, I don't know because I don't ever go there.
What time does Hy-Vee close?
11, I think.
Okay.
Are your all's Quick Trips open 24 hours?
No.
We don't really have quick trips here.
Well, ours is different. Ours is QT.
You have QT. We have a Quick Trip, but it's spelled with a K.
Yeah.
They usually
I
close.
think ours was started first, though.
Yeah. Ours usually close at midnight.
Yeah,
All
ours
the
were
gas stations
ours are
around here, they
24/7.
close like 11 or most of them close at 11. You'll find a few that close at midnight.
Yeah,
Yes.
we also have Speedway.
Yeah.
We are getting 7-Eleven back up here too.
Yeah,
Are we?
seven.
I haven't
Seven.
seen
So
one.
Whataburger, 7-Elevens, and QT's are really the only thing open 24 hours.
See,
What-
the only place I've got around here for food that's open 24/7 is a Nicollet Diner, which is like a regular.
Because even IHOPs aren't open 24 hours.
No.
And there used to be a place called Jim's Place, which is kind of like it's like a Texas
Mhm.
San Antonio area. It's kind of like a Denny's.
Yep.
They used to be open 24 hours. They're not open 24 hours anymore.
Yeah, most places aren't anymore. Be right back, guys.
So where's San Antonio? Is that on the eastern side or the western side of Texas?
San Antonio's right in the middle.
Oh, it's in the middle. Are you
Mhm.
are you further north or further south?
It depends. If you're talking like it's more north than Florida,
Like, are you closer to Oklahoma or are you closer to the Gulf?
I'm probably about 6 hours away, 6 to 7 hours away from both.
Oh, damn! So you're like just right in the middle of
Yeah,
Texas.
yeah, George. There's always big cities. There's good parts and there's bad parts. You just don't go to the bad parts. So, yeah, you just don't go to the bad parts. Like we have an interstate called 1604.
Mhm.
Kind of makes like a big circle. On the northeast part of 1604, inside of 1604, is okay, but anywhere else inside of 1604, you don't want to go.
I don't know if we've really got a bad spot per se here in the Twin Cities. I mean, you have your little pockets. I mean, they're
Yeah.
little, but for the most part, I don't know. Do we, Sarah? I mean,
I would say like that Cedar Riverside.
yeah,
Yeah, the southeast side of San Antonio is probably the worst part.
yeah. Cedar Riverside can be off the chain.
Yeah, Cedar
around the,
Riverside, and then like I live in North Minneapolis, but like I live like in the better part of North Minneapolis because the great thing about Minneapolis is like it's like all the streets are numbered, so
Right.
you can't get lost in Minneapolis, and so like the further numbers you live like I live on 49th and 53rd. So that's like all the way almost into Brooklyn Center.
Yeah, I was going to say you're near Brooklyn Center.
Yeah, so like it's still, I mean, it's not great, but it's not as terrible as like living like right in smack of North Minneapolis where the street numbers are low.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No, that makes a lot of sense in the world.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because then I border Brooklyn Center and I border Robbinsdale and yeah.
You're damn near suburban. You're
Yeah.
damn near the suburbs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you basically are the suburbs. So
Yeah, but
You're
then I
not-
mean, like, there's parts of like, I mean, because then there's like parts of Minneapolis that's like super nice, like the Lake Calhoun area.
Yeah.
And so, like, Minneapolis, I mean, would you consider Minneapolis a big city?
Yes.
It is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because then, like, there's parts of Minneapolis that's just horrible, but there's parts that's like really nice too. That it's it's weird.
I'm about 35. I'm about 30 minutes from where the Spurs play, and that's the worst area to live in San Antonio is around the arena. It's for every 1,000 people, it's 29 2,960 crimes per 100,000 people.
See, I'm in an apartment.
It's 201%. It's 200%. It's 201 more percent than where I live.
And see, I'm in the part of Minneapolis. Sarah knows where I am. I'm right off of like Nicollet and Franklin, so I'm really close to downtown. But it has its moments where it's not that bad.
Like it's not good, but it's not bad.
Right.
You know?
Put it this way, I could walk to US Bank Stadium if I chose to.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's every city's got its pocket. No matter how good the city is, whatever, every city's got its pocket of problems.
I mean, like I was saying, like if you just look at St. Paul and you look at Selby, and 2 blocks down is Summit. The neighborhoods between those 2 streets are night and day. It's the richest part of St. Paul and the poorest part. Well, it used to be the poorest part of St. Paul, but it's not anymore because
you know what? When I was growing up, before you came to the country, Selby Avenue was so bad. It was boarded up, built. It looked like Detroit, like after they had the riots.
Yeah,
that's what Selby looked like.
It's cleaned up. It's really nice now.
They cleaned it up in the 80s, and they've been cleaning it up ever since. But in the 70s, oh my God.
Oh no, I mean like now they even made it like it's a lot nicer now.
Yeah, they did. And they've been doing that since the 80s. They made it like a little.
Oh, and it has like a lot of older Victorian houses too.
Yeah, and they remodeled those. They used to tear them down. They don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
To put up new ones, but they don't tear them down anymore. They refurbish them. Like the apartment I'm in, you could tell it was an old apartment building, but they refurbished it, and it's perfect for me. But
yeah,
well, put the one in St. Paul, the apartment building that John Dillinger was in, where he had his shootout. That's still standing.
Who?
John Dillinger, the famous bank robber.
Oh no, I didn't know nothing about that.
What? You didn't know about that?
No.
Yeah, it used to be. It's over on Lexington. I forget what it's called now, but he got in a shootout in St. Paul.
Oh.
And he got in a shootout with law enforcement, and they got in a shootout in the building. He ended up, one of his guys got hit, but they ended up going all the way to Rochester.
Huh.
Yep, they made it all the way to Rochester. He lived up here for a minute. One of his guys got killed he got killed in St. Paul, as a matter of fact, over by right off of University.
In Lexington?
Closer to Dale Street.
Okay.
He got killed over there. There used to be a bank over there. And Matter of fact, the brown building is still there, but it was Homer Van Meter that got killed over there.
Oh, yeah, there was. I mean, cause like over by Dale, there's a bank like kind of right by the fireplace, right?
Yeah, Western, but 2 doors down. Okay, there used to be a restaurant there. It used to be called Popeyes, and it became a couple of like French restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
They were owned by, I forget who they were owned by, but the brown building in the back
Good night, George.
at one
Good night,
time was a
George.
bank. Good night, George. At one time was a bank, and they tried to rob it, and that's where they had the shootout. Yeah, Van Meter got killed in St. Paul.
So, do you remember that crime statistic I gave you of the by the stadium? And it was like 29. It was like 2,900 per 1,000 per 100,000.
Yeah.
Where I live, San Antonio, it's 28 per 100,000.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Is that high?
28. So for every 100,000 people, only 28 commit serious crimes.
Oh, that's not high, right?
No.
That's not high at all. What is it for Minneapolis?
I didn't check Minneapolis. I'll check. Oh, it depends. It's going to be broken up, but I'll check.
Okay.
Uh, 5,713 crimes per 100,000. It's 138% higher than the average city. 143% higher than the national average.
That's Minneapolis?
It's Minneapolis. And if I go to San Antonio crime rate,
That doesn't sound right, though.
No, it doesn't.
San Antonio crime rate is only 4,000 per 100,000.
And what is the crime? And what is it? What do they consider crimes?
I think this is violent crimes, like armed robbery and all that type of stuff. It's not like murders. It's just like armed robbery,
Which is weird because I've never had. we haven't had any bank robberies around here in a long time.
Let me see.
We do have a lot of domestics, though. This state is notorious for domestics.
Yeah, that would be considered
Let me
violent
see.
crime, though.
I'm trying to see. I don't know how they define violent crime rate. That's the thing.
Right. Kind of different. It's like they don't give a rhyme or reason. They just kind of put it out there and people run with it. That's the problem.
Have you been out to TCO?
I went to TCO, what was it, 2 years ago? I went to the store out there. I haven't been to the museum yet.
See, they're skewing these numbers here. What I'm looking at, they're comparing San Antonio, the city of San Antonio, compared to the whole state of California. Of course, the whole state of California is going to have better numbers because there's no crime in a lot of the northern part of California.
Right.
So, of course, their numbers are going to be better. But so rape, robbery, and aggravated assault is what's pretty much is what they have listed.
Well, that's why I don't trust like any of those numbers because I feel like
they just go off arrest records.
Yeah.
And I feel like I don't know, like I don't care what party you're in. It's like you're always gonna push your agenda. You know?
Oh no, I think the crime rate. I think they just go off of arrest records and what the person was arrested for. I don't think they go by, when it comes to that stuff like that. I don't.
No, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, like, because then, like, you were saying, like, when you're comparing, like, San Antonio to, like, California, like, I feel like when you make those kind of comparisons, it's like, regardless of what party you are, you're gonna find some way to push your agenda to make your numbers fit.
Yeah, that's true.
And I don't know, like, I don't know, I'm just kind of like, I don't know, I'm just not into the whole party system. It's like, can people just run on what they believe in? You know.
I'm not in any party. That's the funny part. I'm not in
Yeah,
any.
I'm just like, can you just tell me what you believe in, and I will see if I like you or not. You know, like, why do you need to associate yourself with a party? Like, tell me what your views are, and let me base on whether or not I like your views, and then I'll vote for you. If I don't, then I won't.
Yeah, if you're a Packer fan, I ain't voting for you.
I don't know. I I don't know. Like, I have learned over this season that Dallas fans are just annoying. It don't matter if they're Mavericks fans or they're Cowboys fans. They're just fucking damn annoying.
And neither one of them won shit in a recent.
So first of all, where my mom lives, they can't do a comparison of 100,000 people because I don't think 100,000 people live in her town. So they went down to 1,000 people.
Oh yeah, they're going to drop it just based on the population.
So according to FBI crime data, which is what I've been using the whole time, for every 1,000 residents, 11.
Damn.
Wow.
Like, what did they do? Tip a cow?
Wow, that's Andy Griffin territory. Jeez.
Somebody stole a cow.
Or they tipped
And
it over.
my guess would be since there's a lot of Spanish people that live there, my guess would be that most of that is domestic.
Or drunk and disorderly.
So yeah, it's
So
probably one of
nothing
those two
exciting
things.
like stealing a cow? Damn.
Yeah.
Can you even steal a cow? I wonder. I mean, it would
No,
be
but
hard to move.
you can tip one over.
Hey, what is the city of Eatontown, Florida known for? Best place. The city of Eatontown is world renowned for the Kai Kai Farm, the Seminole Inn Hotel, and the Indian Wood in the Indian Wood Golf Club. Isn't that the name of the golf club where you live, Ma?
No offense, but it sounds haunted.
No offense, but it sounds like a town I ain't visiting. It sounds like a town where they tell me don't let the sun set on my ass.
Oh man.
What's the population
okay.
there? Like 100?
George is back. He couldn't leave. I don't know what I can find out what the population of Eatontown is.
2.
My mom and her cat.
Nobody else admits they live there.
Your mom could be mayor.
Oh hell no. 6,600.
Wow.
Wow, are you serious? 6,600 people?
That's a lot for a small town.
How much isn't that like the lower level of US Bank?
Yeah.
It's weird. We have a town here called Gaylord, Minnesota. I'm just like, I wonder how they came up with that name, you know? Like, when you were thinking of cities to name for cities, who came up with, hey, let's name this town Gaylord?
Well, we know they weren't Native American. It was probably one of those, somebody came from overseas.
The median income in Indiantown, Florida is $20,000.
Really? I thought Florida was a rich state.
No, Florida is actually a poor state.
It depends on where you go. Central Florida, which is where Indiantown is not.
Yeah.
It's not a very. But if you go if you go like at 45 minutes to an hour east, it goes way. It's way expensive.
Yeah, there's certain parts of Florida that are dirt poor.
I don't know.
The poverty rate is 35%. The poverty rate is 30% in Indiantown. Where I'm from, Palm Beach County, it's less than 5%. And that's mainly because you can't be poor and live in Palm Beach County. I guarantee you, if you take Belle Glade and you take the Glades out of that, because the like the Glades area, Belle Glade, Pahokee, and all that, that's part of Palm Beach. If you take those two cities out, I guarantee you that probably goes down. That probably goes down to 2%.
Wow.
You know, there's like a lot of Somali people in St. Cloud. I wonder how they ended up in St. Cloud.
It's a major city in the schools.
Yeah, but like I don't know, like because it's just weird that they.
So Indian town is mostly Hispanic.
Anytime I went to St. Cloud, Minnesota, I went up there to party.
Yeah.
That's the only time I went to St. Cloud. Then, and when I played semi-pro ball, there were teams that we would play up there. But I mean, St. Cloud State is like a party school, still is.
So is UMD.
Yeah.
I named it "You Must Drink," and I sure did drink.
Yeah. Yeah, that was.
Wow.
I mean, which is weird because the University of Minnesota. I think I'm trying to think. Besides Georgia Tech, what other major colleges are like right in the heart of the city?
South Carolina's in Columbia.
Is that the major city in Columbia? Is that the big city?
It's the capital, yeah.
U of M.
U of M.
U of M, like right in Minneapolis. I mean,
Florida
it's
State,
right in Minneapolis.
Florida State's right in the heart of Tallahassee. University of Texas is right smack dab in the middle of Austin.
Is that what city is it in?
Austin.
The capital city.
Yeah. Oh, of course, you got the two California schools, two Los Angeles schools.
Well, yeah, they're both in LA, so yeah.
But you're right though, because like if you look at most major colleges, they're not in big cities.
No. Well, UNLV's in the heart of Las Vegas.
Yeah, the city was built around the college. Like Gainesville, where Florida's at. The city was built around the University of Florida.
Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
Columbus.
Yeah, where the hell is Ann Arbor? Is that because that's not by Detroit, right?
Ann Arbor is
at Michigan State, I believe, is closer to Detroit than Michigan.
Michigan State is closer. Michigan. What is Michigan
State's in East Lansing?
East Lansing, yeah.
Ann Arbor, like up towards the Mitten.
I don't know. My mom would know. Mom, how far is University of Michigan from Detroit?
Yeah, I mean, and when I went to Atlanta, Georgia Tech is right there in Atlanta, in the heart of downtown Atlanta.
Yeah, we used to, when we first moved to Texas, we used to watch Austin City Limits, but we stopped watching it. No, what? What were you saying? What were you saying no to? What, is Michigan closer to Michigan State, or what? We're trying to figure out. Answer the question.
Michigan State and Michigan, they have they hate each other, huh?
Not really.
Not really, but they're in the Big Ten.
Both schools have to be good.
Yeah.
And one school has been good for a while.
They both had their moments. I think Michigan State has had their moments, but Michigan has had theirs longer.
They're both in the Big Ten, though.
Yeah, both in the Big Ten. Both in the Big Ten.
Lucky we had our three-peat when nobody was around.
You know what? Michigan was pretty good then.
Well, if it wasn't for stone tablets, who wouldn't know the Gophers?
True. Who was it?
When we won our three-peat, were we like the big?
Oh, my mom's saying Michigan is not in the mitten.
What?
My mom is saying Ann Arbor is not in the mitten.
I'm just trying to picture where Ann Arbor is. I can't for the life of me.
I want to say it's like kind of. It's not in the middle of Michigan, I don't think.
I was thinking it was more closer to Lake Superior. I mean Lake Michigan, not Lake Superior. Lake
I think
Michigan.
it's. God, I don't have anything. Oh, hang on. I'll be right back. I'm going to go check something. Now I'm curious as what it is.
I think Michigan State's close. So Michigan State's only 86 miles from Detroit.
Did your mom used to live in Michigan?
My mom's from Michigan. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's saying Michigan's on the Lower East Side.
Man, Chicago Bears fans. Oh, I'm like, they are the biggest shit talkers who never had come with receipts. You know,
Well, you know what? Not this generation.
every damn year we're gonna, take back the North, and it's like, can you please like show up with some receipts for once if you're gonna be talking that much shit?
They ain't took the North since what, 2000, what?
17? Nope. 16? 18? Didn't they go to the Super Bowl like recently, like 2000?
2006.
Oh, damn. Okay, I was thinking that was not what I was thinking then.
I want to say the last time they took the division was like 2008. Hey, baby, what's up? Oh, there you go. 42 minutes from Detroit.
I think Michigan State's closer. I think they're about the same. I think Michigan State is the same way, the other way that Michigan is. Like they're both close to to Detroit, but
Right.
like one's east, one's west, and they're about the same distance away from each other. Because it said Michigan and Michigan State are only 90 miles apart from each other.
You know what the really cool thing about our stadiums here in Minneapolis is though? They're right next to each other that you can just hop on the train and it'll take you to either US Bank, it'll take you to US Bank, Target Field, and Target Center.
Yeah, they're right. They're
What about the St. Paul? Where the St. Paul Saints play? Is that far away?
still. You can take the same train down to downtown St. Paul.
Yep.
You still get there.
Yep.
Yeah. See, here, the minor league stadium is over here. The Alamo Dome is over here. AT&T Center, everything's so far apart.
Well, they wanted to put everything in Minneapolis, and they did. The soccer stadium is on the way to. It's right in between. It's right in Midway.
Yep. And the train goes through it too.
And the train goes right there, so everything's convenient.
That's the only time we ever see a lot of white people. Sorry, Curtis.
Oh, you mean the soccer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, unless they're buying drugs or they're dirt poor, white people don't go to them type of neighborhoods. I'm just saying.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the only time we ever see a lot of white people is when there's games on and they're on the trains.
Yeah. And the only time white people are ever in the area where the Spurs play is they're going to a Spurs game or they're going to the Freeman Coliseum, which is on the same like parking lot area. They're going to a concert at the Freeman Coliseum, or they're up to no good.
That's right.
I
said when the Super Bowl was here, I had never felt so safe walking in downtown Minneapolis.
Yeah, and they'll never have another Super Bowl here too. That's the sad part.
Yeah.
It was too cold. And I was kind of like, well, what do you expect? It's Minnesota in February. I mean, what the hell were you thinking? I think they were figuring everybody could walk through the.
Oh, Minnesota would go before fucking the New York team will.
Huh?
Minnesota will get a second one before New York will.
Oh yeah, you mean New Jersey?
Yeah, because Minnesota, at least you can technically you don't have to go outside.
No, the only reason they had it in New Jersey is because it was a new stadium.
Right.
It's the only reason.
I think we should be able to bring the Super Bowl here again because our stadium is nice.
I would like for them to move like the Big Ten championship here.
They should
Move it out
rotate
of-
that.
Huh?
They should rotate that. They should do Detroit 1 year, Indianapolis 1 year.
See, it's always in Indianapolis. Take
Right.
it, put it in
And they
Minnesota.
should do like they should do Minneapolis 1 year. Now that the Big Ten has got those California teams, fucking do it in LA. You know,
Mm-hmm.
move it around. Don't just. do
And
it
I
in one
mean,
city.
like we're right smack in the middle, that it would make sense.
Oh yeah, especially for the Big Ten, and depending on because usually it's in. Let's
Because
not
you know
lie.
when Chicago, the Bears get a new stadium, and that fucker's going to be domed. You know they're going to get the Big Ten championship there.
They're going to get a ton of damn things there
Yeah,
at that stadium.
you may not make it out. You may get shot going to your car after the game, but you know they're going to have a lot of shit there. Yeah.
You know, it's. I've heard. Usually, it's bear on bear violence. Usually, it's Bears fan on bear fan violence. I think the only ones they really get into it with are Packer fans. So. Welcome to our world.
See, that's why people complain about why our stadiums are not outdoors, and it's for that very reason. I am not going to go sit my ass in the cold, in the blizzard, to watch a damn football game for 2 hours.
Well, you're not a Minnesotan.
We actually got lucky because at the old Metrodome, we got lucky because you know it's a Sunday, right?
Mhm.
And you know next to the Metrodome, they have those businesses right next to the Metrodome. There was a parking spot that was in front of one of the businesses that was open. So we didn't walk 5 blocks, but we literally walked at least 2 or 3. You know, we're closer parking to the Metrodome than I thought without having to pay for it.
Well, and now that's all. Guess who owns all the parking spots now by the stadium?
The Wolves?
Yep.
Yeah, in Tampa, you get chicken wings thrown at you.
Oh, in Tampa?
Oh, because I had a Warren Moon jersey on, and they were calling. They were calling like, you know, because this was when Warren Moon was going through his domestic stuff.
Better chicken wings than beer cans.
Oh my God! Did them people realize that Warren Moon's wife beat his ass?
Well, no, they were calling like, oh, only a wife beater would wear would be a wife beater. Only a wife beater would wear a wife beater.
That's rich coming from a southern
Right.
redneck.
Well, I was like 16 at the time.
Nah, I had to caught a case.
So, we did. We almost did. My stepdad almost caught a case.
Yeah, I would have.
Curtis, how did you become a Vikings fan? Because you never lived in Minnesota, right?
No, my dad. I told you, I was like 5 years old. My dad was watching a Vikings game, and I thought their helmets were the coolest thing ever. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was not. I mean, I was a Vikings fan, but I wasn't like a Vikings fan because I kind of, you know, I kind of cheered for the Dolphins and everything like that. And then like the mid '80s when they got Chris Dolman, Keith Millard, and all that type of stuff. That's when I really started liking the Vikings.
Wow, and Miami had Marino.
Yeah, but he's an asshole.
Well, we used to play. I mean, we used to play Miami.
He's not a very nice guy.
I mean, every year for like 20 years, damn near 30 years, we played Miami in preseason. So we kind of played each other all the time. But yeah, I mean, one of my earliest games watching the Vikings ever was against Miami. It was preseason.
Yeah.
You know, and that was in 72. So
yeah, my mom was a Redskins fan. My mom really wasn't a fan of any team. And then she worked with Jim Lachey's sister.
So then she started following the Redskins.
Yeah, she started following the Redskins, yeah. My dad's a Dolphins fan. So
See, before, and like I said before we had the Vikings, most of your NFL fans up here were either Packer fans or Bear fans. And 9 times out of 10, they were Packers fans. So,
Oh, is that why there's so many Packers fans here?
yeah, many of them were. It's kind of like a family thing because before we got the Vikings, they were Packer fans, and they still cheered for the Packers because the Vikings were a new team, but the Packers were that dynasty. So
And then in the 70s, when the Vikings were good, the Packers weren't.
Yep. Some switched, some didn't.
Well, yeah, my mom's a Vikings fan now because of JJ.
Okay.
Because she's a Michigan. My mom is a Michigan fan before she's anything else. I think if it came down to me or like Michigan, I think Michigan would win.
So your mom's only a Vikings fan for as long as JJ's a Viking.
Well, she's always kind of like cheered for the Vikings because it's a team I cheer for. But yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm glad to know that our quarterback is in the facility working his butt off during the off season and not in Paris.
She said Michigan would win. See what I'm talking about? She says she loves me, but does she really? So, but yeah, I mean, we talked about a lot of shit today. We really didn't talk that much Vikings though.
There's not a lot to talk about. That's a good thing.
Oh, speaking of, what do you guys think of that new DT they signed?
I don't know anything about him. I didn't even see him play in the UFL, and I watched it. I saw a couple of games. We'll see what happens, but
what team did he play for?
The team that wears blue.
Well, there's more. There's the Battlehawks.
No, the other one. What color does San Antonio wear?
San Antonio was gray and yellow.
Okay, so it wasn't San Antonio.
The defenders are red and white. Battlehawks are blue and silver. The Birmingham Stallions are the same color they were ever since
they're the same color as the USFL.
Right, and then the same thing with the Michigan Panthers, the same color as they've always been.
It was an XFL team he played
and
with.
then you have the two Texas teams, Arlington.
Is Arlington blue?
They're kind of like a black bluish.
He might have been with the Defenders.
The Defenders are red and white.
Yeah, they're red and white, but I'll have to see.
I think it was the Defenders.
He was with the Defenders. What's his name?
The Brahmins had the best defense in the XFL.
No idea.
But my thing about I'll look it up real quick. My thing about the Vikings though is the chances of Lewis Seen. I think the chances of him being cut are even greater now because Najee switched to safety.
Yeah, Seen is gone.
Yep.
Seen is gone.
Pity.
Yeah, Seen is gone. Booth is probably gone too.
Might as well. I mean, they're taking up roster spots for people that will actually do something.
Yeah, it's they.
But I mean, that's the thing about like when you have regime changes or coaching changes.
Oh, so it was the Renegades.
He was with the Renegades. Okay.
Jalen Redmond.
Yep.
How big is he?
6'2", 295.
He went to Oklahoma.
Is that big?
Yeah, he's a nose tackle, so yeah, kind of.
6'2", 295 is what I was when I played.
Yeah.
Is that like I don't know? To me, that sounds small, but I don't know.
Well, when you're lining up on centers that are like 330, it is small.
But he's lining up against Gary Bradbury, so he would be.
Oh hell, I could.
Cordnisi's 291.
Oh shit, just make him 295. It sounds better. 295 sounds better than 290. Oh, Trisha, really, baby? You got to start that shit now?
What?
Really, honey?
What now?
Look what she put in the comments.
I didn't see. Oh. Yeah.
Oh.
I want you to have that same energy, Trisha, when he throws short of the sticks and your season's over.
But and I don't want to. I don't want to say it.
Just say it.
What's the history of the Minnesota Vikings?
Choke.
A player or a coach leaves the Vikings.
No.
They go to a different team and they do what?
They're not Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it happens a lot.
They're not Kirk Cousins.
No.
It happens a lot.
It happens a lot, but the thing is, Kirk can't win in big games, and
yeah, but who
bigger game than the Super Bowl? So
let's name some other than Kevin Garnett, who left here and got a title. Who else left here and got a title?
Are we talking all sports, or are we just talking?
Yeah, let's say all sports.
Madonna.
Well,
yeah,
he technically was with the same team now.
Yeah, he stayed with but they left Minnesota and he won.
Yeah.
Well,
Pete Carroll. Are we talking players? Or are we talking coaches too?
Anything. We can go coaches.
Because if you look at the coaches, that's even worse.
Well, only Pete Carroll, Buddy Ryan, John Tierlink with Denver,
Bill Belichick,
Brian Billick.
Brian Billick, yeah. What's his name?
Mike Tomlin.
Buddy Ryan.
I said Buddy Ryan.
Did Percy Harvin win a Super Bowl with the Seahawks?
Yeah, he did. He only played in 2 games that year against Minnesota in the Super Bowl.
God damn.
Why
couldn't that be the game where they didn't
Brad Johnson?
Brad Johnson. You know who won a Super? Who was on that?
Leslie Frazier.
Who was on that Seahawks team that won the Super Bowl? Pete Carroll, Tavares Jackson.
Yeah.
Percy Harvin, Heath Farwell.
Yep.
Was Bevel there? Bevel wasn't there, was he?
Yes, he was the offensive coordinator.
Darryl Bevel. Yeah, I mean that was. And then the year they lost to New England, Kevin Williams
never became a coach, huh?
Who?
Bevel.
Darryl Bevel became a head coach. No,
not a head coach.
That's odd because I mean, like I thought he was a decent OC.
He's all right.
Yeah, we're still here.
Yeah, but like as long as you are, like I don't know. I guess maybe back then they were like all into like getting older coaches, but now it's all the young coaches.
Well, now they want to get the Wonder Boys. Now they're getting these wonderlings that these young coaches they think are the future of football, like Kevin O'Connell, like the coach in Miami.
Yeah, that's why I was arguing with this Packer and Bears fan. They have a podcast, and I had posted a comment, and they actually like pulled my comment up and called me out on it. I was like so shocked, like what the hell? But because my argument was that JJ McCarthy is in a better situation than Caleb Williams, because JJ McCarthy is in a system where the coach is the head coach's offense. His quarterback coach used to be a quarterback in the league. He has 2 premier wide receiver ones. He's got a top 3 tight end, and most of the offense has been together for a couple of years, so they all are familiar with the system already. Versus Caleb is going to a system where it's a new OC, so everybody is like has to learn the system. The new system. If it works out, his OC is gonna get a head coaching job, and he's gonna have to learn a new system again. If Eberflus does bad, Eberflus is getting fired, and then there's a new regime coming in. And so Caleb's situation is not as great as JJ's, and they were like, no, Caleb's situation is way better than JJ's, which I don't know. I don't see how it is.
Put it this way, it's better if put it this way. If here's the thing, a lot of people up here have said that KOC could tank this year and still have a job, but he'll have to win next year. If he tanks this year and he sucks next year, we're going to be going through the same shit that we're talking about the Bears will be going through. You're going to have JJ in another system too.
We forgot about somebody else on that Seahawks team that won a ring.
Who?
Kevin Williams.
He has a ring.
Kevin wasn't on that team.
Yeah, I didn't think he was.
He was on the team the next year in 2014 where they blew it at the goal line. Just give the goddamn ball to Marshawn Lynch.
According to this list.
What list is that?
Talking about, because I looked up former Minnesota pro athletes who left Minnesota, won a championship after leaving.
Who put the list together?
It's a let me see. It says, let me see. Kevin Williams is just the latest of what's become a long line of former Vikings / Minnesota sports teams that won a championships with another team.
He didn't catch. Don't look at those lists. Just ask me. He did not win a Super Bowl with the Seahawks.
Let's see. David Ortiz.
Yeah, he went with Boston.
So who made that dumb decision to throw the ball instead of running the ball?
Pete Carroll.
I think the Vikings. I think the Vikings lineage jumped up in Pete Carroll on that play.
Well, no, you know what it was, and this is what it was. Remember, Marshawn was going into free agency, and there was a love-hate relationship with him in the front office and the coaching staff. And I know it was ego. They did not want. If Marshawn had won the Super Bowl for him, he would have been in the offseason and he would have let them know it. They didn't want to hear that, and plus they wanted Russell Wilson to be that hero because that's what they were basing their franchise off of. Well, guess what? Russell Wilson ended up being the GOAT, as in the idiot, because he threw the pass. You don't throw the ball at the 1 yard line when you've got Marshawn Lynch in your backfield. You just don't. You don't even call that play. You don't even entertain that thought. And that's where, as far when that happened, I was.
That's why Richard Sherman still screams, "Run the damn ball!" to this day.
Oh, he was. What's his name was on Shannon Sharp's thing. I think it was Marshawn, and he was like, "I don't know why they didn't give me the ball."
Yeah, I think. Richard Sherman is still scarred to this day about that.
Oh, he talks shit about Pete Carroll all the time because of it. He does. They could have been if they win that Super Bowl, they're a dynasty. If they win that Super Bowl, they're a dynasty. But it's like you've got Marshawn Lynch. Come on.
That's the one thing. You may not agree with Richard Sherman, but he'll tell you what he really thinks.
Well, he had that look on his face like, what the hell was just called? And that was, once again, I think they were just catering to Russell Wilson.
And that was Malcolm Butler that intercepted that pass, right?
Yeah, Malcolm Butler. Yep. Malcolm Butler. My favorite movie of all time is Goodfellas.
Oh, I have so many. I don't really have a favorite movie because there's so many good movies.
My top three: Shawshank Redemption, Eddie and the Cruisers, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
I fell asleep on 2 of them.
But
I would
Shawshank and
say
Her Brother
mine.
Where
Have
Art
you
Thou?
guys seen
Yeah, those are the ones I fell asleep on.
have you guys seen this British film Children of Men?
No.
Oh,
No.
I really like that movie. It's a movie that's based on like like in the future, and and so like the world, they like we stop being able to have babies.
My wife. Sorry, I had it tonight for dinner, pizza.
You did not say your wife to that question.
He sure did.
Oh, for God's sakes, Catch.
Lucky we have advisory parental advisory up. I would say my
And
favorite
my wife would
food.
go, "That's right, because I'm tasty."
My favorite food, I think, is oh man, I love sushi though, but I do really love pho.
Well,
I would
Ooh,
say
it
pho.
depends
I
on
love
your
sushi
taste.
too. Did you hear that story? Speaking of sushi, there was a guy who ate sushi. I think it was Japan. I'm not sure. Somewhere over there, he ate sushi every day, and then he had to go to the hospital because he had mercury, a little bit of mercury poison, and he had worms.
Some raw fish.
Yeah, because that's all he ate.
I don't eat sushi every day,
No.
You can't.
Mm-mm.
and like I usually like the eel rolls, so the eel's cooked.
Oh yeah, the cooks. Yeah, I
I
can't
like
eat anything raw. I'm sorry.
I like seaweed salad.
And no, California roll is not sushi.
No,
What is it?
California roll is basically rice with imitation crab on it. That is not sushi.
yeah,
That don't even sound appetizing.
eel rolls are the best.
What?
God.
I said eel rolls are the best.
Yeah. Oh, those. Oh, unagi. Now I'm
It's
hungry.
like, I got to be honest. The one thing I haven't eaten in a long time, and I don't miss it, believe it or not, is Taco Bell.
Oh yeah.
I don't miss it.
The only time I eat Taco Bell is when I'm like when I was younger and I was leaving the club and it's like 2-3 in the morning and Taco
Yeah,
Bell's open.
it was either Taco Bell or White Castle.
Yeah.
I'd rather go to Denny's.
You know.
No, you gotta wait too long to get your food.
Oh
When
God,
you're-
Denny's was always crowded after the bar, especially the one that was close to the bar. You know, it was like I didn't want to wait. I want my food now.
Same here. And so that's the only time I ever really ate Taco Bell. I'm glad because that's just nasty.
Well, I go there now mainly to get the Baja Blast Zero. It's the only place I can get it.
Yeah, I love that Baja Blast. That's like one of my favorite sodas.
So you fell asleep during Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Yeah, I did.
Such a good movie.
Dude, I fell asleep on Pulp Fiction.
But what's his name was the best. Nobody could play that part better than George Clooney. Oh, did you guys see this? There's a high school basketball player who's 7'9".
Oh yeah, I saw that video. He goes to IMG, right?
Yeah, when he was 8 years old, he was already 6'1".
Oh, for God's sakes. Damn.
Yeah, he's Canadian.
Oh, he's Canadian. He's hitting Yao Ming. He's hitting Yao Ming territory or Manute
He's
Bol.
past Yao Ming. Yao Ming was only 7'5".
What was Manute Bol?
7'7".
Yeah, but Yao Ming had like meat on him.
Sean Bradley was 7'6", and George Marison was 7'7".
This kid is like stick.
How many of those guys are still with us?
I believe all of them, but Manute Bol.
Sean Bradley's still with us?
Yeah.
Yeah, Manute Bol's gone.
How tall was Andre the Giant?
Andre was 7'4".
Oh, so he wasn't even that big.
No, but he was damn near 500 pounds.
They
And he
don't
was
know.
skinny. He gained more weight.
It says in the article they don't know how he got this big. We're still not 100% why I'm so tall. Doctors can only explain it with the genetics that my family has. He said. But his dad is 6'8" and his mom is 6'2". I know people who were that tall, but they don't have kids that tall.
God.
I know why I'm short in my family because I'm the youngest, and so they took all the milk by the time I was born.
I was the tallest. I'm only 6'2".
Yeah, I'm the
I'm
shortest one too.
I'm
Between my brother and I.
4'12".
Yeah, Andre was 7'4", 530. Damn.
Is
He was
that
so,
what he died from?
no, he died. He literally drank himself to death.
Oh,
So even with his height, Rue is not the tallest man in the world. That belongs to Sultan Kosan, a Turkish farmer who stands at almost 8'3".
8'3"? Holy cow! When was that? In
That's
like
like two of you, Sarah, isn't
1860?
it? Isn't that like
That's like 3 Sarahs.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, that's like 3 Sarahs.
Yeah, I think I think I'm not sure where he committed to play basketball. I think it was
Is he still alive?
Who?
The 8'3" guy.
Yeah, the oldest living person. It said so. He's still alive.
Yeah, no stop. Andre, alcohol and organ failure, I believe.
Yeah, University of Florida. What the hell is his wingspan?
Wasn't he French?
Who?
Andre.
Yes.
Yes.
He's got a daughter too.
Yep.
Somebody slept with him?
Yep. She was a wrestler also.
Damn. He would have to be on top, you would think, right?
Well, this guy's name is Oliver Rowe, so I'm assuming he's French too. He's from Quebec, Canada.
Yeah, no stop. He Andre did cross paths with Ric Flair, but he hung out a lot with Dwayne Johnson's family, with Afa and Sika and Junkyard Dog. And
Is
Stan Hansen.
Is Dwayne Johnson like trying to own WWE now?
That man's trying to own everything.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he knows where the money is.
Did he sell XFL or is he still part of that?
What?
The UFL.
No, he still owns it.
He's still him and his ex-wife still own it.
Well, what they're trying to do is get individual owners. Like he wants to be like Roger Goodell of the XFL.
Right. He's also trying. I mean, he's already working with the NFL, so he's already in with them, and he's got ownership in WWE. The man's got his hands. He's not hurting for money. Put it that way.
Yeah. So his wingspan is 8.2. The 7'9" kid.
Damn, it's a hell of a wingspan.
I mean, like he doesn't even need to jump to block.
No.
Well, Manute Bol never needed to. Just go back and watch Manute Bol block shots. It's hilarious.
How old is that kid? Did he commit to a school?
Yeah, he's University of Florida.
Mm.
He's got a 10-foot standing reach.
Do you think the Wolves are going to trade Gobert or Towns this offseason?
No, I don't.
It depends. There's talks that they might trade with the Hawks.
For who?
Murray. T-Wolves get Murray and the Murray. T-Wolves get Murray and Capella, and the Hawks get Towns.
They would let go of Towns because Towns can be so inconsistent.
Yeah, but Towns and Trey Young together.
But then you have, is Murray a decent scorer? He
averaged 20, like around 20 points a game.
So Murray and Edwards.
Yeah, they need another additional scorer because Towns is too inconsistent. That's what hurt us.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Like the height, because like my mom is 5'3", my dad's not 5'11", mom, he's 5'10", but my brother was like 6'5", and I'm 6'2". So it's like, where the hell did we get our height from?
Milk.
Yeah, probably. I did eat my spinach.
Honestly,
most basketball players play basketball because they did not like to get hit.
Yeah, honestly, in today's NFL, yes, they could because they wouldn't get hit. If this
they would play offense.
If they played, they would play offense because they wouldn't get hit. If these NBA players.
Good night, Mom. I'll call you tomorrow. Let you know the exact dates.
They'll play in today's rules.
Carolyn.
They won't get hit.
Well, like people were talking about LeBron James playing tight end. He ain't playing tight end. Tight ends can still get hit.
LeBron ain't going across the middle.
Yeah.
And tight ends do the dirty work.
LeBron ain't running across the middle.
Yeah.
Oh, what did you guys think of
the NBA? He won't be able to bully people in the NFL.
Are the Lakers becoming a clown shit show or what? I mean, good Lord.
Well, we knew that would happen. We knew that would happen.
They hired JJ Redick as their coach.
That's because LeBron's on the team.
Yeah, I'm just like, what the? Oh, I shouldn't be complaining. I should be glad because it's like, thank you.
Yeah, fuck the fakers.
Just it's like it just makes it easier for us to, one less team to have to worry about.
Only thing I got to say to LA is you're welcome. Because you took our team and still had championships.
I think they shouldn't get to count those championships, but.
Well, they still won championships even after they were there.
Yeah, but they shouldn't be able to count the ones that were part of Minnesota.
Well, they don't. They do, but they don't. Hell, we can't even wear the throwback uniforms for the Lakers.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous that the Los Angeles Lakers wear the throwback Laker uniforms to say Minneapolis on the front.
Yeah, we can't wear it.
I forgot what I was watching, but they were saying how the Timberwolves are interested in drafting Bronny. I'm just like, oh God.
That was all over.
But he sucks.
For the love of God, no.
That was all over the damn internet.
Bronny sucks though.
Yeah, that was all over the internet.
Yeah, I would not be cool with that, man. I'm just kind of like, dude, and he's so short. What position is he gonna play? Like, good Lord.
He's only okay, and put it this way.
I'll get you the restroom.
They're hoping he's his dad. That's all. That's all.
I don't know. I'm not a LeBron fan. I mean, I'm not a LeBron fan, so.
I'm not either. I'm not the biggest NBA guy, so.
I'm not either, but like I don't know. I just don't like LeBron.
This year made it so we kept our interest, but they weren't even supposed to make the playoffs, so.
Yeah, and I mean that finals series was like boring.
Well, you know what? It would have been much better if either Minnesota or Denver was in it.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I felt like Dallas weren't as great as the media made it out to be, because like the wins that they had against Minnesota could have gone either way,
Yeah.
And so when you're not really dominating, and it can go either way.
I think the NBA wanted to put what's his name in a final.
Oh yeah, because I mean that game too. Look at if you watch the last 2 minutes of that game, there were like these fouls that they just refused to call on against the Mavs.
And then what's his name was flopping all the damn time.
Yeah, Luka.
Luka was flopping all the damn time. But they kind of wanted that whole, because Irving, Kyrie, and his history with the Celtics too. And so, but then they go and they got humbled. I mean, they got humbled. I'm just going to put it out there. Yeah, they got humbled.
Yeah, because like these Mavs fans were just talking so much shit, like, oh, we like that they whooped the T-Wolves. I'm like, but did you? Because I mean, you barely beat them in 3 of the games, And when it's games that you're winning that close, to me, it's like it could have gone either way.
Yeah, it could have. It could have.
And so you weren't really dominating the Wolves. You weren't really whooping on them. It was just you getting the ball bounced your way at the end.
Yeah, they got the bounces. That was it. And they got the calls. I don't think I've ever, I mean, I've always questioned officials in every sport, but my God.
But, I mean, good Lord, like Minnesota they just don't like us that they don't give us calls. I mean, look at the game against the Colts where we had 2 fumbles returned for touchdowns that they took back. The referee,
they tried like hell not to have the Vikings win that game.
For real, and it's just this animosity towards us. Like, what the hell?
It's always been that way. Always.
Yeah, I mean, for a whole month they were trying to get JJ out of here by making up all these like dumb rumors about how we tried to trade for Malik Neighbors, and I'm kind of like, does that even fucking make sense to you? We have no quarterback, and you think we're gonna give up 2 first-round picks to move up to 5 to draft a goddamn wide receiver?
Well, the Giants weren't taking McCarthy.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, we don't have a quarterback, and we're gonna use both our first-round picks to move up to 5 to draft a quarterback. I mean, to draft a receiver. In what world does that even make sense to you?
Well, it's pretty well. The only team that was a threat to take McCarthy were the Jets, and I don't think the Jets were even going to draft him. But the Jets think they put one over on us by making us move up one, and so.
It was the Rams were trying to come up to 10 as well.
Were they?
Yep, because I was watching the it was on Twitter, one of the videos that was released. The Rams were trying to get up to 10 because I think they wanted I'm not sure who they wanted, but they wanted to get up to 10. But then the Jets didn't want to move all the way back to 19. And so they weren't willing to go back that far unless they were compensated well. And so then we were it was us and the Rams that were trying. I mean, from the videos that was released, it was us and the Rams that were trying to move up to 10. But there was that video they showed of the Bears were trying to move up to 8, and they would have gotten a 4th-round pick from Atlanta, but Atlanta would refuse to move to 9, which I thought was so dumb because the Bears wanted to move up to 8 to get Odunze, and so Penix would have still been there anyways, and they would have gained an extra draft pick because I mean the Bears weren't gonna fucking draft Penix when they drafted Williams. You know?
No, the Falcons shouldn't have. Dallas Turner should have went to Atlanta. That's the
Yeah,
one.
the Falcons were just sorry, Trisha, but I don't know what the hell y'all team were doing that night. But we thank
I
you.
know what they were doing. Like I said before, Kirk was the owner signing. The head coach and the GM wanted their own quarterback.
Yeah.
That's what they were doing.
Yeah, they're like, we're not getting fired.
Yeah, Kirk. Here's it. Kirk is a career killer. He
Yeah,
is.
they learned their lesson from Zimmer. We ain't getting fired.
Well, it wasn't even a secret with Kirk. Kirk is, he's gonna cost you your job, and that's the whole thing. And Arthur Blank is short-sighted and he wants a Super Bowl now. I don't blame him. He's 82.
Yeah, but it was just stupid because, like I said, it's like if you're trying to win now, why aren't you using a top draft pick to help you win now?
Because everybody thinks that fucking Kirk is the answer. Everybody thinks he's a fucking answer. I want to tell you what, I don't think in all my years of being a Viking fan, I don't think I've ever seen a more divisive player or one that has split the fan base as much as Kirk did.
Oh yeah, I mean it was like basically a civil war.
Oh, he polarized it. He was and like I said, there's never been a player that's been as polarizing as him. Not even Herschel, and everybody knew that trade was bad.
Yeah,
it's just he was.
Well, and the thing is, now that he's gone now, but there's still Vikings fans out there who.
Oh, there were Viking fans that were like, okay, wherever Kirk goes, I'm going to be a fan of that team. I'm like, see ya.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I was on Twitter, and some of them were pretty upset that we gave the money to JJ instead of Kirk.
Yeah, I would have gave that money to JJ. I wouldn't have hesitated. That's not even a damn. I mean, you're going to give money to a 35-year-old NFL quarterback who's coming off a major injury, and you're going to pay him top dollar like that? No. You don't even know how his rehab has went. He hasn't faced a rush yet. I mean, and that Atlanta offensive line's got some holes. So
yeah, but apparently they're Super Bowl contenders.
They play in the South. They'll win the division. They play in the South. Oh, is that the Jets on draft day?
Yeah, that's the video I was talking about.
Yeah, that's the one I saw.
Crazy that comes and makes that big move, I would keep a wary eye on the Los Angeles Rams. Let's be ready to really make some things happen.
Hey, Joe, what's going on? We would think about coming up there, but we got 52, our second round pick. Appreciate it, man. A lot of people do not like to trade back in the first round. You didn't think you're going to move back this far. You've waited a long time for that pick. You've studied, you've analyzed it. So people will trade back, but it usually takes a lot.
There's not going to be any real option probably to get up there, is there?
I mean, I look at 11 being one. I mean, maybe from Kevin and them.
I think they'll be comfortable taking McCarthy there. I'll call him, though, real quick.
And tell me Sean McVay doesn't know his guy KLC.
Right? Yeah, you're going to take him if he's at 11, right? Okay.
As Minnesota is sitting there, as you said, Braveheart, if I'm the Jets right now, there's time for gamesmanship. I would call.
I love the draft. I love this behind.
What's his name? Called O'Connell to see if he was taking McCarthy.
Get the fifth guy. You got to give me something.
Yeah, because the Rams wanted to. They couldn't get up to 10, and so they wanted to get to 11.
They wanted before we played that. They wanted to move up to 10 to take Bowers because they knew Oakland was going to take Bowers.
Jeez.
Which is what they did.
Why did Dallas Turner fall?
I don't know. I don't
Well,
care.
I didn't understand why the Raiders drafted freaking Bowers. It made no sense because they drafted Mayer the year before.
Who's that?
Raiders.
The Raiders. They
It's
probably
the
want to run 12.
Raiders. Why ask why with the Raiders? I mean,
They probably want to run 12 personnel.
put it this way. Just look at Mark Davis's haircut, and that should tell you everything you need to
That
know.
man
about
still
the
drives a
Las Vegas Raiders.
1996 Dodge Caravan.
That tells you everything you need to know about the Raiders. He is not his dad.
Bill's a pimp, man. Damn. I didn't know he could get that kind of girl.
Oh, Bill, a player.
For real.
Either that or she's dumb as a box of rocks, but he's a player. Them 6 rings are coming handy for him to get that chick.
He's also got money, too.
God.
That helps.
Yep. I'm
I'm
sure
just-
she's doing the math. Like, how many more years before he croaks? I can handle it.
Yeah, he'll outlive her.
He's too stubborn to go.
Yeah. I mean, she'll hang on
So
to him.
is Bill's girl younger than Mike's?
Mike
She's
Zimmer's
24.
girlfriend. Mike Zimmer's got a young ass girlfriend. Yeah.
Zimmer's got she looks like a Russian mail order bride, but
I know, that's why I said, is Bill's younger or is Zimmer's younger?
Zimmer's, I think, is in her early 30s, isn't she?
Oh,
I think she's in her early 30s. What the hell do these guys got? Well, never mind. They got money. They got a pretty good compensation for.
That's like the number one thing that women that age care about
Yeah.
is money.
yeah.
Okay, is Bill's girl American? She's American, right?
Yep. She's an ex-cheerleader.
Never mind. That answered my question. Go digger.
Yeah.
Yeah, that answered my question.
I probably prenup in the future.
Oh,
I don't think Bill's getting married again.
no money is worth having to sleep with that, man.
I think Bill is treating her like a hit and run.
He did hit and run. Didn't you see that video a couple weeks ago? He was doing the walk of shame at like early in the morning.
She was?
He was.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, he left her house early in the morning. He was doing a walk of shame.
Bill has no shame. Bill's like, I'm the man.
He walked out of her house without a shirt on.
Oh my God.
The Ring camera caught it.
Oh.
And Gronk roasted him for it.
Yeah, and Bill's like, say what you want, Gronk. Who's banging the 24-year-old ex cheerleader? Not you. God.
Gronk probably could if he wanted to, though.
Isn't Gronk dating that chick who's a model?
Probably. Probably.
I mean,
He is so big. Oh my God.
Oh, Gronk?
Mm-hmm.
Big dopey dude.
that's what she said.
Just a big dopey dude.
Like,
I think women like that think that's attractive, though. Like they like the big dumb guy.
Yeah,
like, I
dollar
was watching this
signs.
video and like this chick, she went to this party where Gronk was there because she wanted to sleep with him.
Call me surprised. Call me surprised.
Most women, because I watch a lot of those YouTube channels where they're podcasting and they bring like these young women on and stuff like that. They don't care if you're taller than they are, and you make 6, 7.
They don't.
They
I
don't
don't
care.
think they care how tall if you're taller than they are. They just care about what
No.
how many figures.
No, they care if you're taller than they are.
Because if they plan on having a kid, they want their kid to be as big as daddy.
They don't want any short kings, as they say.
Oh, Sarah, that's what I was going to ask you. You heard about what Matt Stafford's wife said on that podcast, right?
Oh yeah, she slept with his the backup quarterback.
Backup quarterback, yep.
To make him jealous.
In college or in the NFL?
On his college team, Georgia.
To make him jealous.
Wouldn't that be?
Were they dating at the time?
To let her tell it, they were taking a break.
You.
Trifling hope.
That's why I said to let her tell it. Now, keep in mind, he stuck right by her through her cancer and everything.
That's just shit that you don't reveal to the world, man. God damn.
Oh, she went on the podcast and told all.
Oh, I know. I'm just like, God damn. Like,
they showed a picture of the dude. Kind of looks like Joe Dirt without the mullet.
I don't know. That's something I would not be broadcasting.
Oh, she was loud and proud about it. Yeah, she was loud and proud. Well, hey guys, I need to get going here.
Okay. We've been on for 4 hours.
Hey, that's our usual time.
Ooh. All right, good night.
All right, you guys take care, and I will see y'all next week.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll do trivia Wednesday. So
sounds like a plan. See y'all then.
We're on next Friday, right? It's our normal Friday to be on.
Yeah.
Yep.
So.
All right.
Have a good one, everyone.
We move forward like soldiers, you better wake up for the pay stub or you'll pay up. Don't make love to the game, bruh, fuck the game up. Change up, rearrange stuff to your greatness. Same us for the way up, play the game, bruh.
Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top, yeah.
You know I'm always honest, there ain't no way I'll never stop it.
I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top,
I'm always flirting with pain, she like to hurt me and maim. I'm always working to change, but she's still lurking the same. I keep on building a dynasty while the haters be trying me. But they hate from inside, you see, hate themselves in society. So I let them speak quietly while my actions speak wider. See, they be hiding in